Episode 370, Plans. Brad had fought with Brandon Rockman, but very few people had known the real reason behind his father's downfall. Since his father's marriage into the royal family had been kept a secret, nobody had known that Brad had been born a prince until now. And how could they? Brad had erased this information from existence. The only information that had been available regarding Brandon and his mistress being thrown in jail was about a murder case and their illegal activities. Only a few knew that his undoing had been because of his own son's revenge. Hailey found it weird that her husband never told her he was a prince, but she understood his reasons. After all, she had secrets of her own, too. Grandfather, this is Hailey. Brad's voice snapped her back to reality. The old man smiled at her. Pleased to meet you, my dear, he said. As they embraced, she still felt something familiar about him. It nagged her. Pleased to meet you, too. You've both met before, though, Brad interjected. Hailey's eyes widened. Anderson simply scratched his head. I'm sorry, miss, for disguising myself previously. Hailey gasped. You're Mr. Wilson, the butler, she exclaimed. He laughed. I'm sorry for hiding my face from you back then, he said. Hailey puffed her cheeks. No wonder he felt suspicious back then, she thought. So it wasn't only Brad who hid his face from me. The bodyguard turned out to be Brad's brother, and now the butler is his grandfather. These men love playing games, don't they? They sure fooled me. Then memories returned to her, and she chided herself. I ordered him to water the plants in my garden and cut the grass, she thought. I treated him like a servant. Oh no, I even told him he was stubborn. Hailey felt the overwhelming urge to hide. I'll get Sean ready for bed. Please excuse me. I'll be back later, she said. They nodded at her and she took Sean's hand to guide him upstairs and put him to bed. Sean waved at them goodnight. Brad knew his wife needed time to process everything, but he was also relieved. Now that she had left, he could talk to his family about his plans without her hearing about it. He didn't want to spoil her surprise. He led his grandfather to the lounge, where everyone was waiting. As he approached them, he noticed Tyler yawning repeatedly. His brother looked like he was in a daze. Brad knitted his brows. If you're not feeling well, call a doctor. Tyler waved his hand at him, cutting him off mid-sentence. Just began already. Everyone's yawning because you're taking forever. But you're the only one doing so, Amy said. Tyler felt betrayed by his fiancée all over again. This is the third time you've chosen his side over mine, he thought. Forcing a smile, he turned to her and pinched her cheek. He dared not flick her on the forehead with his parents watching. Brad spoke. I want to organize a wedding for my wife. I want it to be as perfect as she deserved when she married me. Hailey's mind was elsewhere as she got her son ready for bed. It wasn't until he had said, "Good night, Mommy," that her focus returned to the real world. Good night, my darling. Sweet dreams. Thanks, Mommy. I will. Love you. Sean's words touched her. She smiled a warm, radiant smile that lit up her face. Her son would remember this moment for a long time. He had never seen her do so before. I love you too, very much. She kissed his forehead after tucking in his blanket. When he finally fell asleep, she left the room, closed the door gently behind her, and began her descent downstairs. When she saw the Clarks gathered on the couch, as if they were discussing something exciting, she crept closer, concealing her presence. They appeared ecstatic, except for one person, Tyler, who seemed on the verge of dozing off. Brad was standing in front of them, so Hailey couldn't see his face. As she continued down the treads, their voices came into earshot, but she was still too far away to decipher what they were saying. But the moment she reached the bottom step, their voices became clear, and what she heard paralyzed her. "That's because we aren't legally married anymore." Episode 371. Just a misunderstanding. "Is this all really necessary? Aren't you just going to redo the marriage ceremony?" Madeline asked curiously. She knew that Brad and Hailey had already gotten married 5 years earlier, so she didn't understand why he needed to apply for a new marriage license. Everyone other than Tyler looked at Brad with questioning eyes, and Brad looked like he was experiencing a major disaster. His expression was dark. Realizing that he had no choice but to tell them the truth, he rubbed the back of his neck and spoke. "The truth is that we aren't legally married anymore, and she doesn't know," he said. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't understand what he was talking about, and they sat still, shocked at the revelation. Amy was the first to recover, but before she could say anything, her eyes widened even more as she saw Hailey standing on the stairs. She gasped. "Hailey," she said. When Brad heard her, his eyes widened too. His fear was confirmed when he saw his family's faces. They were all frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they looked past him at Hailey, who had also frozen. They were all wondering how much she had heard. Brad was hit by several emotions all at once, all of them competing to take control of him. He felt fear, apprehension, worry, shock, and panic. Fear won out, followed closely by panic. His heart was racing, and he felt a rush of adrenaline. He scolded himself for being so careless. He had been careful to listen for any signs of movement from the stairs that would indicate her arrival, but because of the skills she had learned during her military training, he hadn't heard a thing. She was as silent as a mouse. He was paralyzed by fear, and his body didn't respond when his brain told it to move. He had never felt so afraid before. He didn't want to lose Hailey ever again. Once was enough. If he lost her again, his world would crumble, especially if she left him by choice. He knew that her love for him was strong enough to survive misunderstandings, but he was still worried. What she had overheard would shock her to the core, which was why he had tried so hard to hide it from her. He forced himself to turn around, and he saw her frozen in place. When their eyes met, his fear intensified, and his dark aura exploded. He could see the hurt and disbelief in her eyes, and it shattered his heart. Everyone was still silent, and no one dared to make a move or a sound. They were all dumbstruck as they watched the disaster unfold. Brad broke the suffocating silence by running toward her. When she saw him approaching, she snapped out of her shock and ran up the stairs. She felt like she had an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other, and she imagined their conversation. "Hailey, why are you running? Please calm down. I'm sure he has a good explanation. Don't run. Stay and listen to him." "No, don't listen to him. You're not legally married anymore. Why not? Because he destroyed your marriage certificate. Why would he do that unless he thought you weren't coming home and he wanted to marry someone else? If he had wanted someone else, why did he wait for 5 years? He was loyal the entire time. He never even thought about anyone else. Hailey, please don't doubt him. You know how much he loves you. Okay, he was loyal, but how can she not doubt him? Why did he hide this from her? That's why she should listen to him. I'm sure that he had his reasons. He might have been scared to tell her. Wait, you're telling Hailey not to doubt him, but didn't he doubt her by not telling her? Maybe he doesn't trust her enough. Be quiet. Stop speculating. You'll just make things worse. Don't listen to this devil, Hailey. But do listen to Brad. As they vied for her attention in her mind, a hand caught her waist and gripped her tightly, stopping her on the top step. Brad stepped toward her and rested his head on her shoulders. She heard his heart racing and felt his hand trembling. Her heart ached as she sensed how scared he was.
Hailey, I'm so sorry for hiding this from you. I'll explain. Please don't run away,
he said. When she felt his warm breath on her neck, she remembered the angel whispering to her to calm down and listen to him. He struggled to find the right words to say.
I'm so sorry,
he began.
I'm a fool. Can we please talk about it?
She heard the fear, sadness, and defeat in his voice, and she melted. Her heart and mind stopped racing, and she calmed down. She knew that he would never have hidden something like that from her without a good reason, and she also knew that his feelings for her were real. There was only one way to learn the truth, so she gathered her courage and determination and looked up at him. She was reaching out to pat his head when her phone vibrated. She knew from the sound of the vibration that the message was a top priority, so even in her current state, her sense of duty returned. She reached into her pocket, grabbed her phone, and read the message. Sergeant, we need you at Creekside Mall. There's been a hijacking that could turn into a bloodbath. The General has requested your immediate presence. The message was coded, indicating that the mission was confidential and urgent, and that there could be mass casualties. Since she had been called in, the police were probably having a hard time. Hailey's soldier mode kicked in. Brad sensed her change and saw the coded message. But before he could decode it, she put her phone back in her pocket. I'm sorry, Brad. I can't talk right now. There's an emergency. There's been an incident and they need my help, she said as she calmly removed his hand from her waist. She looked at him, but suppressed all the emotions that she was feeling. Her aura became dangerous, but she maintained control of herself. His pleading eyes made her want to defy the order, but she knew that lives were at stake. She would have to postpone her talk with him. Without waiting for a response, she ran from him and changed into her uniform. When she went back downstairs, her aura was cold and dangerous. She looked at Brad meaningfully for a second to tell him that she would return as quickly as possible, but she didn't realize that Brad didn't understand her message because his entire system was shutting down. She left without stopping to say goodbye to the dumbfounded Clark family and got into the car that was waiting outside for her. The Clarks were panicking. They thought doomsday had arrived. When they saw Hailey come down the stairs, they felt her dangerous aura and thought that it meant she was angry about what she had overheard. They thought she was leaving Brad. Madeline wanted to faint. What now? She can't leave again, or Brad will spend the rest of his life as an ice-cold statue. And why was she dressed like that? She wondered. Everyone looked at Brad, who was standing by the front door and looking out at the road that Hailey's car had gone down. Thomas and Madeline slowly approached him. They knew how good he was at solving problems, and that he grew stronger in times of crisis. They recovered from their shock and believed that he would quickly solve his current problem. Madeline was about to speak when he stumbled and nearly fell. He grabbed a window frame to steady himself. Everyone was shocked except for Tyler, who looked dazed and lethargic. Madeline screamed, "Oh my God, what's wrong?" Brad looked like an abandoned puppy, and everyone wondered if they were witnessing the downfall of a king. Nobody but Tyler had ever seen him like that before, and they didn't realize how strong of a hold Hailey had on his heart and mind. He had never had a major fight with her before, and he was reeling as though he had been physically burned. His parents were both thinking the same thing. Where has our strong-willed son gone? It's just a misunderstanding. Hold on and be strong, Brad, they thought. Episode 372, The Legendary Duo. Brad, are you all right? Why didn't you stop Hailey from leaving? Madeline asked gently as she held his hand. When he didn't respond, his worried parents led him to the couch in the living room. They sat him down, and he dropped his head in his hands. He looked sad and dejected, and they didn't know what to say to him. They had never seen him look so defeated. He looked like a puppy who had been caught outside in the rain. Even Amy, who had been afraid of him since the first day she had met him, questioned whether he was still the same ice-cold Brad the Great she had feared. Is this the same man who threatened to feed me to the crocodiles? The Lion King is just a sad little kitten. What a surprise, she thought. Everyone was silent, and the excitement that they had felt about the wedding plans had turned into gloom. They looked like they were preparing themselves for bad news. Brad wasn't the only one who was behaving strangely. Tyler had sat down next to him, and they both seemed different. The mighty Brad, who had never been defeated, looked devastated, and Tyler, who was usually energetic and happy, looked as if a vampire had sucked all his blood and left him lethargic. They did not look like the legendary duo who had rocked the world and held it in the palm of their hands. They had never shown any weakness before. Everyone watched them in shock. Brad, don't you think you're overreacting? Things aren't that bad. Don't look so devastated. Just talk to her, Madeline said. Amy agreed, saying, I'm sure she'll come back when you explain what happened. She won't hate you because of it. Her love for you isn't so weak that it would break at the first sign of trouble. Brad raised his head. He looked a little lighter, as though some of his burden had been lifted. He wasn't worried that she would hate him, but he understood how hurt she was. The pain that he had seen in her eyes a few minutes earlier had devastated him. She had just regained her emotions, and what she had overheard would destroy her. He was worried about her emotional state, and he blamed himself for his carelessness. Tyler couldn't take the gloominess anymore, so he opened his eyes, snapped out of his lethargy, and spoke up. What's the problem? You were planning on marrying her again anyway. Yeah, she'll be hurt, but if you tell her that you did it so you could marry her again, everything will work out. There, problem solved, he said lazily before closing his eyes again. His words were like a revelation for Brad, whose brain woke itself up again. Right, he thought. I just have to redeem myself and get her to forgive my foolishness. You're right, he said. He looked alive again. Tyler, who still looked weak, opened his eyes and said, But you have to ask her to forgive you first, before you tell her about the wedding. there's a very real possibility that she won't accept your proposal right away because of what you did. Brad deflated again, and his expression darkened.
He's right. What will I do if she rejects me?
He thought. Everyone else was shocked at how Tyler had briefly brightened the atmosphere, only to leave it even darker. They wondered why he had pointed out Hailey's possible reaction, since it had only made Brad more anxious. Grandpa Lopez sighed and stood up. I've had enough of these two. We won't get anywhere with Brad like this. Let's all talk again tomorrow, he said. He turned to Tyler and Brad and added, You two get some rest. Maybe you'll be your normal selves tomorrow. He left, and the elder Clarks followed him. I told you not to worry. Hailey will forgive you. Just let her blow off some steam by kicking somebody's butt. Or you could ask her to beat you up when she's back. She'll forgive you right away if you do that, Tyler said. His words woke Brad up again. He knew that Tyler was right and that she would forgive him. He just needed to show sincere regret, but he wondered if letting her beat him up was really a good idea. While he was thinking, Tyler went limp and would have fallen off the couch if not for Amy, who was sitting beside him. Hey, don't fall asleep here, she said. Brad finally looked at him and knit his brows.
Amy, get his bed ready. I'll help him to his room, he said. She left, and he turned to Tyler. I'm going to call the doctor, he said as he helped him up, but Tyler shook his head. Don't. I told you that I just need to rest, he said firmly as Brad helped him to his room. Brad sighed and put him to bed. He and Amy left the bedroom. He turned to her and said, I think you should stay with him tonight. He's not feeling well, so someone should watch over him. She blinked and said, okay. I'll stay with him. Don't worry. She went back into the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Brad leaned against the wall. Tyler being unwell had contributed to the day's problems. If he had been healthy, he would have sensed Hailey's presence before she had heard anything. Brad sat in his study and gazed at the moon while he contemplated the events of the past few days. He thought about how he had finally seen Hailey smile, how she had cried so much that he had had to kiss her to stop it, and how scared she had been that Sean was being targeted. He had been so happy, and his heart had been so full of love for her that he had thought it would burst. They had been so close to achieving their happily ever after dream, and then those words came out of his mouth. He spent several hours thinking about his next step and was about to ask Alan how her mission was going when his phone beeped. He read the message, and an ominous feeling filled the room, as though a demon had awakened from its slumber. Darkness filled the house, and somewhere far away, wolves howled to signal the arrival of a monster on Earth. Boss, Miss Hailey is... The message on his phone began. Episode 373, An Action Hero. Hailey lay on a massive bed in a large room. Bright light hit her eyelids, and they fluttered and slowly opened. Her vision was blurry for a few seconds, but as her eyes focused, she looked around and frowned. She didn't recognize the luxurious room she was in, and didn't know where she was. She blinked a few times to clear her vision, and then she remembered what had happened to her. She had been sitting in the car next to her comrades, but had felt that something was wrong. The route that the driver had taken didn't go to the mall. Her instincts had told her from the beginning that something wasn't right, but the man beside her was her trusted comrade and a direct subordinate of the commander. She had shrugged off the strange feeling and lowered her guard, but as soon as she had relaxed, she felt a sharp pain on the side of her neck as if a needle had pierced her skin. She had lost consciousness. She thought, "I've been kidnapped." She jumped up and checked herself. She saw that her military coat and combat boots had been removed, but she didn't see any signs that she had been harmed, so she let out a sigh of relief. Her next job was to find a way to escape. Her hands and feet weren't bound, which seemed strange. She had always thought that kidnappers tied their victims up so that they couldn't escape. She also thought it was strange that they had put her in a huge, luxurious room that looked like it was fit for a princess. It had silk sheets, expensive antiques, and a large walk-in closet. There was also a bathroom that was almost as big as the room itself. Whoever her kidnappers were, they were rich. She started to wonder where she was and why she had been kidnapped, but she pushed those thoughts aside so that she could focus on finding a way to escape. She looked around for obvious exits. There were a couple of huge windows on either side of the room, both covered by thick iron bars that she couldn't squeeze through. She walked toward one of them and looked outside, but she saw only darkness. When she looked down, she saw to her dismay that she was 3 floors up. The windows weren't good options. She then looked at the door and wondered if her captors were foolish enough to have left it unlocked. She walked over and was about to turn the knob when she heard voices and footsteps approaching. She got back into bed and pretended to be asleep. A few seconds later, 2 men came in. Hailey held her breath, clenched her fist, and prepared for the worst. She listened carefully to their conversation. "Looks like she's not awake yet. That drug was only supposed to last 3 hours," one of them said. "I don't really think she's that important to him. Do you think he'll come?" his companion asked. "Why not?" "Because we've been trying for years to kidnap his son and have never succeeded. If she were really important to him, wouldn't it have been harder to take her? And wouldn't he be here by now?" "Maybe, but according to our source, he's very attached to her. Maybe he didn't find out right away," the first man said. His companion sounded skeptical. "How could that even be possible? You know how tight his security is. He always discovered our plans before we could execute them, remember? It doesn't make sense. The other one, his so-called knight, should be here by now to try to rescue her." "Maybe he's out of the country. Or maybe she's useless as bait. We don't know that yet, and we shouldn't let our guard down. He might turn up when we least expect it." Hailey was shocked. These must be the same people who wanted Sean. They must have wanted to use him as bait to get to Brad. And now they're using me. She thought for a while and guessed that the Rockmans were behind her kidnapping. Her clenched fist tightened as she worried about what they would do to Brad if he came after her. She imagined them demanding ransom from him or trying to capture him, and her heart ached. She would never willingly be the cause of his downfall, so she started to plan. She opened her eyes, and they blazed with spirit. She summoned her fighting skills and thought, "Don't come, Brad. I'll get out of here on my own." She waited for the right moment, and then she rose up like an angel of death. In the blink of an eye, the men were unconscious on the floor. She took one of their guns. With the gun in her belt, her camouflage pants, and her dark green tank top, she looked as formidable as a hero in an action movie. Her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her eyes blazed with danger and determination. She saw her boots and laced them up. Before she could leave the room, though, she heard a chopper and screeching car tires. Her heart fluttered. Unless she was mistaken, Brad had come for her. Episode 374, A New Emperor. The sound of the chopper grew louder as it hovered above the Rockman house. Searchlights roamed around, lighting up parts of the property. Hailey could see the lights as they passed by one of the windows. There was no doubt in her mind that Brad had brought his forces to rescue her. Her heart raced as she thought,
No, Brad, stay away! She wanted to escape quickly so that he wouldn't get caught up in the mess. She didn't want him to get hurt because of her. She knew that because she was a captive, he might hold back and compromise, or even give her captors what they wanted. She refused to play the role of damsel in distress, and she didn't want to drag Brad down. She had endured 5 years of training, and it was time to use what she had learned. Determined to fight and free herself, she straightened up, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath to clear the chaos from her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she released a fierce, blazing energy. Her angelic beauty was balanced by the devilish look in her eyes. She was ready to fight. She hurried out of the room, still trying to find a way out of the mansion. She was too high up to escape through the windows, so her only choice was to get down to the first floor and find a door. As she ran past a room on her right, a few guards saw her, and they ran after her and yelled at her to stop. Their yells broke the silence, and the mansion descended into chaos. Everyone panicked, possibly because they knew that Brad had arrived. They were desperate to catch Hailey again, but she just ran faster, as if they were playing tag. She turned into a hallway to her left, where she encountered 3 more minions. Without hesitation, and knowing that others were chasing her, she raised her arm and pointed her gun at them. She fired 3 shots before they could react, and all 3 of them dropped to the floor, clutching at their shoulders. She was a sharpshooter, but not a cold-blooded killer, so she had aimed at non-lethal spots. Part of the reason she had become a medic and not a sniper was that she couldn't bring herself to kill anyone with her own hands. She had learned to target non-lethal points, even though shooting someone and keeping them alive was harder than shooting to kill. All she wanted was to escape, and that wasn't a good enough reason for anyone to die. The men obviously weren't trying to kill her, so she didn't want their blood on her hands. She ran further down the hallway, listening to the footsteps getting closer. She turned right and saw a staircase leading down to the 2nd floor. She raced down the last few steps of the hallway, jumping onto the banister, and slid down. She looked back at the men who were still chasing after her and raised her gun again. Time slowed down, and she pointed at each of them in turn and pulled the trigger. All 3 men dropped to the floor in pain. There were no bullets left, so she tossed the gun aside as she landed gracefully at the bottom of the staircase. She looked around and saw that she was on a huge landing that overlooked the main entrance. There was another flight of stairs 50 feet away that descended to the 1st floor. She heard footsteps coming up the stairs and guessed that there were at least 10 people. She assumed that they had been drawn by the sound of the gunshots. She had 2 choices. She could either go down the stairs and try to get through all the men, or jump from the landing to the 1st floor. With adrenaline coursing through her body, she felt like she was invincible. Freedom was so close. She decided that the best way out was to jump, but she was worried that she would get hurt jumping from such a height. The footsteps grew louder, and she looked around again. Her eyes sparkled as she saw her escape route. There was a small gap under the railing, and it was just big enough for her to fit through. She ran toward the railing, dropping down on her left side, and slid under it. Just as she was about to slide through and fall to the 1st floor, she twisted to the left so that she was facing the landing, reached out, and grabbed the railing to stop herself from flying off. Dangling on the railing, she looked down to see how high up she was. She was glad to see that she didn't have too far to fall. She let go of the railing and landed with a thud. When she turned around, she saw that she was surrounded by a small army of fighters. She was surprised that nobody was pointing a gun at her. It looked like they were getting ready to try and catch her again. She could see the open door from where she was standing. A gray-haired old man was standing just outside it. Damn it, I was so close. If they want to fight, I'm ready for them, she thought. She had no intention of giving up.
One by one, they inched closer, closing in on the prey that had been eluding them. She had nowhere to go, so they were sure that they would catch her. Hailey was visualizing the upcoming fight as they surrounded her. As soon as the first man came within range, she kicked him in the face. The next man got a kick to the nose, breaking it and spilling blood like a waterfall. The third man got an elbow to the chin. Each man that approached got a kick or a punch. And although she always hit her targets, there were too many of them for her to fight off. She was getting tired, and each punch that she threw weakened her stamina. She thought that the fight would never end. Every time she knocked someone out, another man took his place. She was reminded of all the zombie movies that she had seen. The zombies kept coming, no matter how many of them the humans had already killed. They wore her down, and she was captured and restrained again. Two men held her so that she couldn't escape. "Let go of me!" she yelled. During her fight, Brad's chopper had landed outside the front door. He stepped out, his aura as black as an abyss and more frightening than a monster. His silver gray eyes glared with murderous intent at the old man standing just outside the door. His dark and ominous presence was so overwhelming that Reginald Rockman, his grandfather, took a slight step backward in surprise. Just a minute earlier, he had been congratulating himself on his successful plot to meet his grandson. "She must be really important to him, since he brought so many people to rescue her. She's just like Helen of Troy. It's a good thing I ordered everyone not to hurt her, or I'd really be in trouble," he thought. But as he approached his grandson and felt his monstrous rage and energy, his attitude changed. Brad's fury sent shivers down his spine, and he felt afraid. He had heard about all the things his grandson had done, and felt proud of him. He was unique among the Rockmans, and had single-handedly dethroned his family. Seeing him in person, the elder Rockman sensed that he was even more powerful than he had expected. He had the bearing of a king. No, Reginald thought. An emperor. He couldn't believe that he, who had been thought of as an emperor in his own time, felt intimidated by his own grandson. He smiled and thought, I've never felt this nervous before. I've never felt this nervous before. You keep beating my expectations. You can see why I had to meet you. He headed out to greet his grandson, but he had only taken a few steps when a woman's voice cried out from inside the mansion. Let go of me! Brad! Don't come in, Brad! She yelled. Brad looked through the open door and he saw Hailey being restrained by two men. They had their dirty hands on his precious wife, and they were hurting her. The last thread of sanity holding him together disintegrated. He turned wild, not seeing or hearing anything through his rage. Then a beastly roar that sounded like a demon being tortured shook the mansion. Let her go! Episode 375. He's really a monster. Let her go! The demon-like presence roared. It was as if the earth had cracked open and he had risen from hell. Everyone froze as though they had been turned to stone. Shivers ran down their spines, and they felt as if the god of death had come for them all. Brad looked like a madman as he ran toward Hailey. Reginald's minions stepped back, and fear flashed across their faces. Holy... one of them began, but his voice trailed off as he froze. He's coming! Another one yelled. Brad glared at the two men holding Hailey with venom in his eyes. They were paralyzed, and for a few seconds, they stopped breathing. Brad's forces remained calm as they watched their boss rushing like a grim reaper toward the enemy.
They aimed their guns at the heads of every one of Reginald's men. Only Ken followed Brad, but he too looked calm. He behaved as though he were merely escorting his boss toward the battlefield, and his role was just to stay close and watch him fight alone. Every step that Brad took was like a ticking time bomb, and everyone held their breath. The world seemed to have slowed down, and he moved in slow motion. He looked at Hailey with bloodshot eyes, and when he saw that she was covered in blood, his already monstrous eyes turned even more ferocious. He went berserk, and there was no humanity left in his eyes. He stopped thinking and let his instincts take over. He surged forward and was about to reach Hailey when Reginald stepped in front of him. He wanted to speak with Brad. He had been hoping and waiting for an opportunity to finally meet his grandson. So even though everyone else was petrified, he didn't hesitate. Brad, whose eyes were clouded with rage, was furious that someone had dared to block his path. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He took a swing at the elderly man and was about to land a punch on his face when someone reached out and deflected his arm. Reginald's heart skipped a beat. He was lucky that his bodyguard had gotten to him in time. Brad's punch would have easily knocked him out. He was shocked that his grandson hadn't even hesitated to swing at an elderly man, who also happened to be his grandfather.
He could have killed me. Why is he so furious? I haven't harmed her, and I made sure that nobody touched her,
he thought. While he pondered his grandson's fury, 5 of his elite bodyguards appeared. The one who had deflected Brad's punch was their leader.
"Sir, this is your grandfather," the leader said. "Calm down. He only took her so that he could talk to you."
The other 4 guards protected the elder Rockman as they escorted him away. Brad wasn't thinking clearly. He had succumbed to the darkness within him, and it had wrapped itself around him like a protective cloak. He was like a monster hunting for his next prey. His eyes were wide open, but he saw nothing. He heard nothing except for the chant in his head. "Destroy, destroy, destroy," he thought. He was facing 5 elite fighters. He had been in enough fights to be able to differentiate between truly skilled fighters and those whom he considered mere ants trying to fight. The 5 he was contending with outside the mansion were the real thing. His monster instincts were guiding him, though, and he had Tyler, a much fiercer beast, as a sparring partner to practice with, so their numbers didn't give them an advantage. The fighters recognized that the man in front of them was anything but ordinary. His aura was fierce and superhuman, and his stance and movements were those of a veteran fighter. They were wary. They sensed that negotiation wasn't an option, so they closed in on him. The leader thought quickly. He had noticed how calm Brad's men were, and he guessed that they weren't the slightest bit worried that their boss would lose. He hadn't been told that they would be facing Mr. Rockman's own grandson. He had been prepared to fight Tyler.
"This is bad. Where's Tyler? Are we really supposed to fight the grandson? Maybe we can wear him down if we drag the fight out for long enough,"
he thought. The guards took their fighting stances and prepared to fight. They nodded to each other in a silent code and then attacked. The man standing to Brad's left attacked first, running toward him and throwing punches. Brad easily dodged him and then threw his own punches. He started to gain momentum and drive his opponent back, but then the other guards attacked. They came at him from all sides, but he rocked back on his heels to dodge their blows. The fight looked like a choreographed scene in an action movie,
Brad's movements looked like steps in a wild but graceful dance. He dodged, ducked, parried, and attacked with the grace of a jungle cat. He wasn't thinking clearly, but his survival instincts had kicked in and made for a majestic performance. The leader was shocked.
Damn, nobody told us he was such a monster. If he's this good, his famously unbeatable knight must be insane, he thought.
Brad kept fighting, but his men simply stood there. They were alert, but no one seemed to be concerned that they might need to step in. They looked as though they had seen this scenario before, and they knew that their boss didn't need their help. Even Ken remained motionless as he watched Brad fighting wildly. Hailey, who had turned to stone just like everyone else when Brad had roared, was speechless. She had never seen Brad so wild before. When they had first met, she had playfully called him her little monster, but as she watched him fight, she thought that he looked like a real monster. She had seen what a good fighter he was the first time she had watched him practicing with Tyler, but those practice sessions were nothing compared to the scene that was unfolding before her eyes. She was mesmerized and couldn't take her eyes off the raging god of death, who was fighting like a madman against Mr. Rockman's men. He looked like a beautiful but horrifying monster.
Brad, she said.
Episode 376. What have I done? Reginald was in a panic. This was not what he had wanted. He didn't want to anger Brad at all. When Reginald had heard that Brad was the world's most dangerous hacker, the one they called Monster, he had decided not to ever mess with him. He had known early on that Brad was more than just a dangerous being, and his prediction had been proven right years later. Who would have thought that the boy that his own pathetic and idiotic son had disowned and had even planned to kill would grow up to become so powerful that he could hold the world in his hands? If Reginald could go back in time, he wouldn't have listened to Brandon, whose mind had been poisoned by his mistress. But he couldn't go back, and nobody could change the past. All Reginald could do was try to make amends for all the things that had happened before, and to try and build a bridge between his grandson and the rest of the Rockman family. Unfortunately, Brad was extremely stubborn and had never given him a single chance to get close to him. Brad was like the blazing red, majestic sun that no one could ever approach. Reginald had tried everything he could to lure Brad out, but nothing had been successful. He finally had Brad in front of him, but he was heartbroken by how Brad looked. This was not what he had hoped for. He hadn't expected Brad to react with such rage.
Why did it come into this? Where did it go wrong?
Reginald wondered. He looked around. His eyes landed on Hailey, and he realized why Brad had reacted this way. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, and she was covered in blood.
Why is she hurt? Didn't I tell them all not to touch her?
He wondered, knowing there was no hope now. But as he was giving up his dream to bring Brad back into the family, an idea occurred to him, and he walked toward Hailey. He gave the guards holding her a signal, and they immediately released her. Hailey pried her eyes away from Brad to take in the gray-haired man who was walking up to her. As soon as she saw those familiar silver-gray eyes, she knew that this elderly man was Brad's relative by blood. Her assumption was proven to be correct when the elderly man spoke.
Miss, I'm Reginald Rockman. I am Brad's biological grandfather,
he said. Before Hailey could react, the noble-looking elderly man oozing with elegance and power despite the obvious desperate look in his eyes, bowed his head to her as if he was asking a favor from a mighty queen. Hailey was so stunned by what he did that she didn't know how to react. What's going on? Why was Brad's grandfather bowing his head? Before Hailey could find words to say or make a move, Reginald raised his face and looked her in the eyes. Reginald finally realized who this woman was in his grandson's life. He had been right to call her another Helen of Troy. Kidnapping this woman would be the cause of the downfall of the Rockman family now. He hadn't known that this woman could turn a monster into an even greater monster. He realized now that his biggest mistake, and the cause of this unfortunate turn of events, had been that he hadn't known just how important Hailey was to Brad. His son had caused the death of Brad's mother, and now he held Brad's wife. Fate was cruel. If he had realized just how important Hailey was to Brad, he would have been more careful, or perhaps have tried talking to her instead. But it was too late now. He could foresee the worst outcome. This realization caused Reginald to break down in tears. He was sure that there was no way Brad could forgive the Rockman family now. In great despair, Reginald had one last ray of hope. Could the woman standing before him save his family?
Miss, please forgive me. I didn't know that my men injured you like this. This was not what I wanted to happen. Please, I'm asking for your forgiveness. You can demand anything as compensation after this. Even if you want my life, I will gladly give it to you. I'm just asking you to forgive my careless decision. And ask my grandson not to destroy the Rockman family because of this, the old man pleaded. Hailey could feel the sincerity and despair in his words. She also knew from the start, by the way she had woken up, that her captors had not meant to hurt her. If Brad's grandfather had an evil motive, he would have used much more devious tactics with her. And if they had wanted to hurt Brad, they would have used different kidnapping methods as well. She had a sense that she could believe his words. Something about the situation was off. He was apologizing to her, and she didn't understand why he thought his men had hurt her. And then she looked down at herself and saw the blood on her clothes. Her eyes widened in shock. Is this why Brad went berserk? Because he thought they hurt me? The thought made her head hurt. She looked back at Brad. He took down the last of the guards and retrained his gaze on his grandfather. He began to move toward him. He was like a beast about to devour everyone who blocked the path to his wife. Hailey reacted immediately to stop his attack. She ran past the elderly man and met Brad, jumping onto him and wrapping her arms tightly around him, trying to use her body to stop him. Brad, stop. I'm all right. I'm not injured. I was the one who injured those people. The blood all over me isn't mine. So please calm down. Please, Hailey pleaded. Even though Brad seemed to be aware it was her, he still attempted to pull her off him. Darling, I said stop. Look at me. Please, Hailey continued as she caught his face. But when she saw his dangerous eyes still full of rage, Hailey's heart quivered. The memory of Amy kissing Tyler yesterday, when he had been like this, appeared in Hailey's head. Without hesitation, Hailey kissed Brad. Episode 377, PDA. As soon as Hailey's lips collided with his, Brad felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him.
Hailey's familiar warmth forcefully cut through the dark cloak that had enveloped him. Brad's eyes, which were filled with darkness a moment ago, slowly changed, and although he was still in a rage, he seemed more human. All Hailey wanted was to get Brad to calm down. She couldn't let him lay a hand on his own grandfather. She knew that Reginald had made a huge mistake in kidnapping her, but when she had seen the desperation in his eyes, she knew she would try to give him a chance. If she could get Brad to calm down and be rational, she knew they could see their way through this problem and solve it once and for all. So she continued kissing him. At first, it had been like kissing an iceberg, but she didn't flinch and kept her resolve. She could feel the warmth and softness returning to his lips as seconds passed. She moved her hands from his neck to the back of his head. She tugged his hair, pulling him closer. Brad, returning to his senses, was surprised by the depth of her passion and hunger. Is this how Hailey kisses when she's in soldier mode? Damn, my Hailey is irresistible, he thought in awe as he began to lose his mind in a whole new way. Everyone around them still stood stunned, but now it was in confusion. The man before them had just been a horrifying fighting machine, and now he was tangled in a passionate embrace. It was as if someone had changed the channel on a TV from an action movie to a sappy romance one. While the lovebirds kissed like no one was around, and like there was no tomorrow, the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone wanted to look away, and they almost preferred to be watching the fight take place than this public display of affection. They were in the middle of a dangerous situation that seemed to have been put on pause, and it was all very strange and uncomfortable. Shocked that Brad had seemed to forget the threat they presented, Reginald's men decided they should take him away, realizing that his dream of bringing his grandson back into the family was now shattered. They counted their blessings that they could walk away from Brad's fury, and knew that if they didn't get Reginald out of here, Brad would not hesitate to come after him. As they began to move, a silent shot whizzed through the air and pierced the leg of the leader. Shocked, everyone froze, realizing there must be a sniper around, and their chance at getting away evaporated. The tension between Brad and Reginald's men ramped back up, but Hailey and Brad were oblivious to it as they continued to kiss in their little bubble. The situation became torturous for Reginald's men, who wished they could meet their fate rather than stand and watch the couple kiss any longer. Hailey finally broke the kiss. She caught Brad's face as she panted from the deep and wild kiss they had shared. She looked in Brad's eyes and was relieved to see that the darkness that had enveloped it was gone. Brad, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. The blood on me isn't mine. I beat up quite a lot of them inside. That's why I have blood all over me, Hailey explained. Brad didn't react. Look, I don't have any wounds at all. They didn't hurt me. Actually, I was the one who hurt them. So don't worry, okay? She continued as she showed him her skin. Brad quietly surveyed her body, and when he finally confirmed for himself that she wasn't really injured, the rage in his eyes dissipated, and Brad yanked her back into his embrace. His arms were wrapped around her so tightly, and he trembled, shocking Hailey. He's trembling? Why? Is he that terrified? She wondered. She could also feel his heart beating wildly. I was so worried. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you, he uttered. His hoarse and weak voice made her eyes well up. This was the first time that she had seen him act like this. She could feel the emotions in his trembling body, and her heart twisted so much that she felt like it was about to burst. Her cute Brad was trembling in fear, and it broke her heart. "I'm so sorry I made you worry. It's all right now, okay? You will never lose me. I promise," Hailey said, gently caressing his back and head. Her words made Brad's grip on her intensify. "Darling, I promise I won't make you worry like this again. Don't be scared now," Hailey continued. When he didn't stop trembling, she pulled away a little so she could see his face. He looked so miserable that her mouth hung open. He looked like a terrified little puppy, and the only thing missing was the tears flowing down his pale face. Seeing Brad so emotional was something she hadn't ever imagined happening in her lifetime. He had never shown her this depth of emotion, not even on the day they had parted 5 years previously, or on the day they had been reunited. He seemed close to a breakdown, and she didn't know how to process the intensity of his fear and misery. So she squeezed him tighter, hoping to protect him physically and emotionally. "Darling, if you feel like crying, you can cry on me, okay? Let your emotions go, and you'll feel better," she whispered lovingly as she caressed his face. Her words made Brad blink, and then he flushed red. Hailey was overwhelmed. "Damn, this man is killing me. Is there anything he does that doesn't make him look gorgeous?" "I'm not going to cry," he shyly replied, ducking his head and resting it on her shoulder to hide his face from her. His cute reaction was Hailey's undoing. "Oh my God, I'm dying! Darling, don't you know you're killing me right now?" Episode 378, Bargaining for Forgiveness. While Hailey tried her best to recover from Brad's cuteness attack, he remained motionless, resting his head in the crook of Hailey's neck. He didn't say anything else, but his grip on her was still tight. Realizing that he was still in quite an emotional state, she breathed in deeply and kissed Brad on his head. He raised his face and looked at her in surprise. His expression was again so priceless that she could no longer stop herself from smiling. "Brad, you're so cute. I want to shower you with kisses right now," she said playfully. He tensed up, but she started ruffling his hair, as if she was petting an adorable, fluffy little kitten. He leaned in and rested his forehead against hers, gazing deeply into her eyes as he spoke. "It'd be my pleasure to receive a shower of kisses from you. But are you sure you want to do it right now? I could order everyone to shut their eyes, but I think that might be too dangerous, so..." Hailey choked at his words, sputtering and coughing. He had said them in a completely serious tone, and it felt like an assault on her senses. "Brad, please stop. I'm already badly injured with all your relentless attacks," she thought, unable to stop coughing. "Are you all right?" Brad asked worriedly when Hailey continued coughing. "I'm fine, Brad," she said, trying to regain control. "I think we better settle things here so we can go home. I miss our son." Hailey tried changing the topic. She couldn't let this continue, or else she would suffer a heart attack soon. It would be fine if they were at home, where they were safe, but the situation they were in now was not something to be taken lightly. Thankfully, Brad seemed to have finally calmed down. Hailey held his hands and was relieved to find that they had stopped trembling. He then checked her over. "They really didn't hurt you?" he asked, as he stared at the minor cuts on Hailey's knuckles. She shook her head hastily. They really didn't hurt me. They even put me in a room fit for a princess. I got these small cuts on my knuckles because of my powerful punches," she said proudly, trying to show him that she was completely fine. Hearing her reassurance and seeing that she hadn't seemed to have experienced any trauma, Brad finally felt like he could now take a breath. He caressed her cheek before he embraced her again.
"I'm sorry for getting you caught up in this mess,"
he said softly near her ear. She pulled away from him a little to see his face. "Brad, do you think you can speak with Mr. Rockman? I know I'm not supposed to be asking this. He kidnapped me and made you worry. So much so I'm angry with him too. But maybe you can still settle this through a peaceful conversation? It might be best if you let him explain everything, so that we can all move forward and not have to worry about things like this happening in the future. It might be time for you to hear him out." Brad looked her in the eyes for a long time before he spoke.
"You want me to listen to him?"
Hailey bit her lip and nodded. "I'm just making a suggestion. If you don't want to, or feel like this isn't a reasonable suggestion, then don't do it. I will leave that decision to you," she replied. Her answer brought a smile to his face, and he ruffled her hair.
"That old man kidnapped you, but you've already forgiven him?"
he asked. It's... Hailey began, feeling a bit tongue-tied. "It's not like I'm being kind or anything. It's just that Mr. Rockman has already asked for my forgiveness. And this kidnapping was partly my fault. My brain was a bit messed up, so I failed to notice the danger and let them kidnap me." When Brad heard her say that she had felt messed up, he suddenly remembered her looking at him with eyes filled with pain and disbelief when she had heard him tell the others they weren't legally married anymore. The memory depressed him. To him, solving the misunderstanding between himself and Hailey was far more urgent than solving things with his grandfather.
"Hailey, about what you heard last night, I'm going to explain what happened,"
Brad said. Hailey felt like she could smack herself when she saw how serious he had become. She didn't expect him to deal with what had happened right now, completely disregarding where they were and what was going on. Yes, it made her happy that he prioritized her and their relationship. And even though she wanted to hear what he had to say, she felt bad for all the tense guards around them. After all, it was better for this conversation to happen in private, since she too had lots of things she needed to tell him. "Darling, don't you think you need to settle this matter first? We'll talk as soon as things between you and Mr. Rockman are settled," Hailey said. And as expected, Brad's expression turned gloomy, and he looked a bit dejected. She pinched his cheeks. "It's all right. After this, we can talk to our heart's content. I promise, okay?" she said. He remained stubbornly unwilling. He held Hailey's hand on his cheek and gazed deeply at her.
"You want me to forgive him, even though he did this to you?"
he asked. "Since he didn't hurt me and didn't do this so he could harm you, I can forgive him. And he's already asked for forgiveness. But I'm not telling you to forgive him as well. I don't know why you've refused to meet him, so I can't possibly say you should forgive him. I just feel like he ended up resorting to doing this because he was desperate. I want you to at least listen to what he wants to say to you, his grandson." Brad stood silent for a long time, thinking about what she said.
"You really want me to talk to him?"
he repeated. "Yes, if you think you can."
"If I speak with him, and if I can forgive him after hearing his reasons, will you promise that you will forgive me too,
after you hear my reasons for why I said those words? The fact that he had used this issue to bring things back around to what she had overheard left Hailey speechless. It seemed that it was the only thing he was concerned about, and that it was very important to him that she forgive him. He seemed willing to do just about anything to guarantee her forgiveness. Everything else, including this issue with his grandfather, was now nothing but a minor problem. Hailey was about to reply when Brad beat her to it.
Okay, I understand. I will listen to him,
he said. She gave a slight smile. Should I go wait for you in the car? She asked when Brad's grip on her hand tightened.
No, stay with me. I'm not going to let you leave my side. I won't even hesitate to cuff you,
he said firmly. Hailey blinked before she began pulling Brad. Okay, let's go already. And hear your grandfather out so we can finally go home. Episode 379, Legacy. The guards heaved a sigh of relief as they watched the couple finally end their show of affection and move toward Reginald. Brad's grandfather became excited when he realized Hailey was pulling Brad toward him, hoping this meant events had turned in his favor.
Maybe this woman really was the answer to my prayers,
he thought. When they reached him, Hailey stood at Brad's side. She noticed Reginald looked so happy, his eyes glistened with tears.
Dear grandson, it's so good to finally meet you,
Reginald said as he moved to greet them with a gentle and loving gaze. The years he had spent longing to meet his grandson were evident on his face. Brad gave no response. He stood silent with a cold, emotionless look on his face.
I'm very sorry about all of this. It was the last resort. I couldn't think of another way to meet you,
Reginald said.
Mr. Rockman, what is your motive here?
Brad asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Reginald heard the impatient and distant tone of Brad's voice. He spoke to his grandfather as if he was a stranger, and Reginald wanted to lighten the atmosphere a bit.
Why don't you have a seat, and then we can talk properly,
he offered, hoping that Brad would at least consider it.
I don't have time to waste on this anymore, Mr. Rockman. Either you speak now, or I'm leaving,
Brad said. The elderly man sighed. He had expected the cold shoulder, so he was not disappointed. He knew Brad loathed the Rockman family, and refused to see any of them. There was no surprise that Brad was treating this like a business deal. Still, Reginald wished he could have a heart-to-heart with his grandson, like a typical family.
Okay. What I want is for you to come back to us,
Reginald said seriously, hoping his sincerity came across in his look and voice.
No. I already cut all ties with your family long ago, and I don't plan on returning,
Brad said without hesitation. The finality of his words came through clearly, and Reginald's heart sank. But he was unwilling to give up, especially now that he had Brad in front of him.
But Brad, your father acted alone in what he did. We had no idea what he was doing. This is why we didn't do anything to help him when you took him down. We knew he must atone for his sins,
the old man tried to explain. Like a cold stone that wasn't capable of feeling warmth, Brad's eyes sharpened as he spoke.
Mr. Rockman, what exactly is your reason for wanting me back? Haven't I clearly shown you time and again that I have no interest? I don't want to be a part of your family. I was never a part of your family in the first place. Your blood running through my veins means nothing to me.
Even Hailey could feel the immense hate in Brad's heart. He was still holding her hand, so she squeezed his, trying to convey her support. She remained silent throughout the conversation, because she wanted them to air out all their grievances, to say all that needed to be said so they could all move forward. No matter what Brad decided, she would support him completely.
I understand why you hated us, and why you would think like that. But your father hid your existence from us. He lied to us. He said that the princess's son wasn't his. I only accidentally found out when the news about your resurfacing came out in the media. I investigated and found out the truth, but it was too late. Listen, my dear grandson, I didn't abandon you,
Reginald explained. Brad processed what he said.
Is he actually saying he didn't abandon me?
Grandson, I didn't abandon you. When I heard about your escape that night,
You're the one who sent that chopper the night of our escape in Talavancha?
Brad asked, cutting Reginald off. The night Brad and Tyler had escaped from that town, they were at a disadvantage because of Brad's condition. It had been raining hard and caused Brad to fall ill. Seeing their nearly hopeless situation, Tyler had planned to sacrifice himself. He had wanted to be the decoy and lure the enemies away so Brad could escape. Brad had refused to go along with Tyler's plan, threatening him that he would never forgive him. Tyler had already vowed that he would never let anyone capture Brad. So despite how much Brad had protested, Tyler had ignored him. The night had been a nightmare. Then, out of nowhere, help had arrived. They had an unknown ally.
yes, I happened to have someone amongst the teams that were chasing you that night. And when he told me that you had escaped, I ordered my people to save you. But you hijacked that chopper, and you escaped again. I know that doesn't make up for anything, that it wasn't nearly enough. But after you returned to Laskamar, you secluded yourself well, and never allowed us to lend you a hand. The Rockman family is already doomed. It's the curse that Brandon brought. My youngest son is impotent, and your father has lost his sanity in prison. So you are the next in line to be head of the family. Please, hear me out. Return to us, so I can finally rest easy in my grave. If you can't, then maybe you might allow your son to become a part of the Rockman family. Then he can take over when he's the right age. This is his family too. That's my only wish, to see the family legacy continue.
Episode 380, Lumpy Bed. After hearing Reginald's plea, Brad didn't give him an answer. He still felt so much hatred toward his father, and it was difficult not to see the Rockman family in the same light. However, knowing that his grandfather had been the one who had helped him escape was enough for him to reconsider his decision. After all, it was his father who had committed crimes against him and his mother, not the entire Rockman family. He knew that it would be unfair to make the rest of the family suffer because of the sins of a single person. Of course, Brad was still angry that his grandfather had kidnapped Hailey, but in the end, he realized this was also partly his fault. He should have given his grandfather a chance in the first place. His grandfather had been desperately trying to reach out to him. He had tried to use more appropriate methods before he had resorted to this. Brad gave a slight nod, indicating to his grandfather that he would think about it. And then he walked toward the chopper while pulling Hailey along with him. As soon as they were inside, Hailey spoke. "Are you all right?" She squeezed Brad's hand, and when Brad raised his face to look at her, he had an overwhelming desire to rest his head on her shoulder.
I'm fine,"
he said. Seeing how tired he looked, she pulled him toward her so he could rest against her. Between feeling ill the previous day and all that had happened today, She knew he needed rest before he could explain about their marriage not being legal. "You can rest a bit. We'll have our proper talk once we get home," she said as she started caressing his hair. Brad was about to protest. He felt like he couldn't postpone this any longer. But the way she was caressing his head made him feel as if he were hearing a lullaby that was coaxing him to sleep. He couldn't fight it and closed his eyes while holding her hand tightly. Back at the Clark mansion, it was already past 3 a.m. Tyler was stirred awake by the feeling of something pressing on his chest. He slowly moved his hand to feel what was on top of him. As he made contact with it, he felt like a surge of heat went through his entire body, and he immediately became fully conscious. He opened his eyes to find his fiancée wrapped around him. His heart suddenly started beating wildly as he took in her sleeping face. He didn't move a single muscle. He even slowed his breathing so that he wouldn't wake her up. He froze in place and listened to Amy's loud breathing. This woman, how could she just... Never mind. Why am I still surprised by the things she does anymore? I wonder how she'd react if I told her she snores, he thought, amused. The room was still brightly lit, and he could see she was sleeping on top of the blankets. It looked as if she had fallen asleep by accident. He remembered the previous day's events and understood why she was likely in the room. He wasn't complaining. Amy shifted, and Tyler blushed, realizing that not only were her arms wrapped around him, but so was her leg. The friction of her knee moving against him raised his temperature. Troubled by the unexpected turn of events, Tyler put his hand over his mouth to try and regain control. "Why do you keep doing this to me?" Tyler cursed her silently. Tyler took some deep breaths and then tried to lift her leg from him. When his hand came in contact with her bare skin, he felt an electric jolt and almost cursed loudly. He could barely hear. His heart was pounding so loudly in his ears. Again, he took a few moments to calm down and touched her leg once more. He carefully and slowly tried lifting it. But before he could move her leg away, Amy moaned, and her grip on him tightened. Tyler immediately let go of her leg, as if he was a thief caught red-handed. Her leg dropped against him, making him cringe. He tried everything he could think of to get his raging hormones under control. Just as he felt like he was succeeding, Amy felt uncomfortable and began shifting again. She moved her hand around to remove the lumps from underneath her, but it didn't work. In her sleep, she believed that there was something in her way, so she grabbed at it and tried to throw it away, but it didn't work. Tyler was in shock. He checked to see if she was awake, but it was quickly apparent she was sound asleep. She grabbed at him again. Tyler quickly tried to stop her, but his timing was off. He tried to pull her hand away, but she only held tighter to the blanket. Tyler clenched his teeth, but he couldn't stop the groan. He quickly peeked down at Amy to see if he had woken her. To his horror, she was staring back at him. Episode 381, Slap and Tickle. Amy opened her eyes, met Tyler's gaze, and was confused by his expression. Why did he look like he was in pain? She scanned his face and saw that he had big beads of sweat on his forehead. He seemed to be trying to suppress something. She thought that he might be sick, so she decided to check on him. However, his arm was on her, preventing her from moving. But what's this in my hand? She thought. When she looked down, her eyes widened and she turned bright red when she saw what her hand was clasped around. What? You? What are you doing? Her eyes narrowed, looking at Tyler accusingly. You call me shameless when really, you're the most shameless of them all. What? You... Realizing that she still hadn't let go, she quickly pulled her hand back, rolled away from him, and sat up on the other side of the bed, glaring at him. I can't believe you would actually use my hand you're unbelievable. Tyler didn't know what to say or how to react. He just lay there, his brain trying to understand what she was accusing him of, when suddenly it clicked. What? He thought. This damn woman is accusing me of such a thing when she was the one who started it? Creasing his brows in disbelief, Tyler raised himself up on his elbow and faced her. My dear, I don't think you can say that to me when you're the one acting shameless, even in your sleep, he said. His face now turned calm as he looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Oh no way. You are not turning this around on me. You were clearly holding my hand, keeping it on your... She couldn't even say the word, so she just waved her hand in the general direction. At her words, Tyler's temples started to throb. He couldn't believe how this woman could turn his world upside down so easily without him even knowing it. Despite his dilemma, he still managed to stay cool and spoke calmly as usual. Sorry to break this to you, but that was all you. Do you think I could even get in the mood with you snoring so loudly in my ear? Tyler retorted. As expected, it seemed like his words at least dealt her a nice blow. Huh? She thought. Is he actually telling me that I snore? Slightly angered by his comment, she huffed and puffed and crawled closer to him. When she was close enough, she whacked his shoulder 4 times in time with her saying the words, I do not snore. Tyler chuckled as he looked at her adorably cute, angry face. So, this is Little Miss Inappropriate when she's angry, huh? Not bad. She looks a bit like a cute, angry rabbit, he thought. It really was rare for him to make her angry, so her expression amused him. However, when she heard him chuckling, she became even more enraged. But of course, not to the point where she lost her ability to think rationally. She was going to exact her revenge, and as she thought about all the ways she could make him pay, her face broke into an evil smile. 3, 2, 1. As her countdown reached 1, she attacked him with her fingers, finding all his most ticklish spots. He wasn't expecting this kind of attack at all. He had expected Amy to hit him, not that she was strong enough to do any damage, or attack him with her signature suggestive moves, which he had anticipated and was already prepared to stop. But he had never imagined being tickled instead. Finding it hard to contain himself, he burst out laughing as he tried to catch her hands, which were roaming around his body, to stop the torture. As she attacked him, she instinctively climbed over him and ended up straddling him to get better access to his ticklish spots. But she was so caught up in her attack that she hadn't realized what she had done. She wriggled on top of him, and he appreciated the movement. When he had finally had enough, he easily overpowered her and rolled her over so that he ended up being on top. He looked at her face, and when his eyes landed on her lips, he tried to resist the temptation to kiss her luscious lips. She wriggled underneath him, trying to escape his hold, but it was useless. He was holding her captive. Amy, don't you think you need to take responsibility for causing this? He asked. She was shocked. Had she heard him right? This Tyler, who has spent all this time running away from me, is asking me to take responsibility. Seriously? She thought. Is this because he's still sick? Somewhat frozen in disbelief, her eyes looked to his lower half, and she blushed at what she saw. Knowing him, she grudgingly realized that this must have been her doing, but there was no way she would ever admit that, of course. Looking at the sweat on his face and neck, she suddenly remembered that embarrassing night when she had been drugged, and Tyler helped her to feel better, and she was now feeling responsible. Isn't it time for me to pay him back? She thought. As soon as she had made her decision, she immediately borrowed a page from her own rules of seduction and took her own advice. She quickly changed her tactics at this point, and suddenly, the seductress took over. "Well, my beauty," she whispered in his ear as she ran her fingers from his chest downwards like a tease, while her eyes started glimmering seductively. She then became bolder as her fingers slid past his rock-hard abs, as she continued whispering seductively, "I thought you'd never ask." Episode 382, In the Heat of the Night. Tyler had only said those words and acted that way to intimidate Amy. But the result of him trying to scare her and make her leave had been a dismal failure. He couldn't believe that she hadn't backed down and had even stepped up instead, seducing him even more, which drove him crazy. Is she serious? He thought. Or is she just treating me like a plaything? How can she be taking this situation so lightly? Is she trying to make me lose control? As his desire intensified, his gaze revealed a slight glint of anger. He looked like an angry father who was about to scold his daughter for being so unreasonable. Do you seriously want me to? He stammered. When she saw his expression, a knowing smile appeared on her face. "Beauty, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this so I can force you to marry me and have you forever. This is just..." She paused as her other hand touched his kissable lips. Before she could continue speaking, the look in her eyes was suddenly mixed with a glimmer of something that seemed to be sadness. Although it was just for a fleeting moment, he noticed it. He felt like his heart was being poked with a needle. He stared at her intensely, but her eyes quickly turned back to her usual mischievous gaze. "Don't worry, beauty. I'm not going to eat you. I'm just going to make you feel better, okay? And my hand is enough, right?" she said, winking at him. Tyler's eyes slowly widened in shock, and then disbelief. "You don't have to. You know I was just kidding." Before he could finish his statement, Amy's hand suddenly grabbed him, causing the last fiber of his self-control to snap. He tightly clenched the blanket before rolling on top of her, sandwiching her hand between their bodies. "Amy, didn't I tell you that you don't have to do this?" Tyler forced himself to speak, but he couldn't force himself to remove her hand. He just didn't have the self-restraint anymore. "Don't be shy. Didn't I say it's all right?" she whispered. He bit his lip and covered her eyes with his hand, resting his head on the back of it. The atmosphere in the room drastically turned from lukewarm to boiling hot, as if their bed had suddenly been transported to the hottest desert on earth. Amy, being the seductress that she was somewhat enjoying torturing her beauty. This was the first time that he had let her have complete control over him, and the feeling was indescribable. Then Amy felt him slowly calm down as he tried to control his rapid breathing. He slowly removed the hand covering her eyes, and the moment Amy saw his face, the playful words that she was intending to say got stuck in her throat. This was because Tyler's wet face and the glimmering look in his eyes was just so dreamy that he almost took her breath away. Moreover, the way he was looking at her at that moment was driving her crazy. What's with that look? She thought. Why is he looking at me like he wants me? Am I hallucinating? Or is he just trying to seduce me? Trying to beat me at my own game? Just as she was trying to figure out what the real meaning behind her gaze was, his hand cupped her face. He slowly moved his face closer to hers. His eyes were locked on her, without even blinking, causing her to hold her breath. However, before his lips could reach hers, the loud sound of a chopper startled them both. As they heard the chopper descending, he looked concerned and turned his gaze toward the window. Noticing the sudden alertness in his eyes, as if he was about to jump out of the window to see whether the chopper had brought attacking enemies, she explained what had happened earlier. She didn't want him to worry and dash outside. She knew that Brad had suddenly left hours ago, and one of his guards simply told her that he was going to fetch Hailey. That must be Hailey and Brad. He went to fetch her an hour ago, she said, and Tyler's tensed body immediately relaxed. Their eyes met again, but the expression in his eyes had already changed. Now then, beauty, I think you're all right now. So you should probably get off me, don't you think? You're so heavy. She was the first to break the silence, speaking as her normal self. He didn't move and stayed quiet for a while. Then he pinched her cheek and quietly got off of her, causing her to blink as her eyes followed him. When he climbed out of the bed and started walking away, she immediately sat up. Hey, beauty, where are you going? She asked. He halted without turning his head around. Shower, he replied. Amy's eyes widened as she straightened herself. But you're still ill. We don't know if you've recovered yet. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning, okay? Wait, don't tell me what I did wasn't enough. She gasped as she said the last part of her sentence. Embarrassed, Tyler turned to look at her. I'm sweaty. Tyler paused and immediately turned his back to her again, scolding himself. Why am I even answering her? He then hastily walked toward the bathroom and slammed the door a little loudly, causing Amy to blink, then chuckle. Her beauty was so cute when he was embarrassed. Amy lay back in bed again, and when she thought about what she had done, her face reddened, and she buried her face in the pillow. Episode 383, One Sick Puppy. Brad and Hailey got out of the helicopter holding hands, and he led her into the house. She felt a little tired and sore from the day's activities, and she was also worried about him not getting enough rest. So when she realized that they were heading toward his study, she spoke up. Brad, it's already almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't you think you should get some rest? You've only just recovered from yesterday. We can talk when we wake up, she said. He stopped. He turned to face her and caressed her cheek. I'm completely fine now because you're with me. And I don't think I would be able to fall asleep until this matter has been settled. I need your forgiveness before I can rest easy, he replied. His eyes shone with intense emotion, causing her to give up in no time. Okay, I understand, but I want to go wash up first. I'll be quick, she said. He looked at her with hesitation, looking as though he was afraid that if he let go of her hand, she might disappear. He touched the back of her neck. Let me come with you, he uttered softly, looking at her with puppy dog eyes. Her heart jumped. Gosh, my Brad is on the move again, she thought. She didn't have the heart to reject him. She went up on tiptoes and ruffled his hair as she smiled before she pulled him with her. Of course, this made his heart jump with happiness, and he followed her eagerly. When they reached the bathroom door, she looked at him. "Okay, you can wait on the couch now," she said, but he still didn't let go. Looking at the extreme unwillingness in his eyes, Hailey felt her heart twist in pain. He still seemed to be traumatized to the extent that he was afraid to part with her, even when she was only going to be a few steps away. Realizing this, Hailey started coaxing him gently. "Darling, didn't I promise you that I'll never leave your side again? Didn't you believe me when I said that?" she asked. There was a pause before he answered.
I believe you,
he replied. She smiled. "Good." She nodded and turned to open the door, but then she stopped. He still wasn't letting go. She was about to ask him again, but he spoke first.
Can't I come inside?
He asked. She immediately turned around as she coughed. Shameless Brad is at it again, she thought. She was surprised, however, when she saw that the look in his eyes was so innocent, as if he had no ulterior motives. He only wanted to make sure she wouldn't disappear. Hailey bit her lip hard. "Brad, I won't go anywhere, but I can't possibly wash myself if you come inside."
Then let me wash you.
Speechless, she moved closer to him and pinched his cheek hard. "No, you can't come inside. I'll be washing with cold water, so I can't let you get wet."
It's okay. I can always recover again if I get sick.
Hailey pinched the bridge of her nose. Why am I so irresistible to him now? She thought. How can he sacrifice his health for something like this?
Don't worry. Getting sick is a piece of cake for me,
he said. She finally snapped. She grabbed his face and looked into his eyes. Darling, it might be for you, but it's not for me. Do you understand? What's more important to me is your health. So just listen to me, okay? She said firmly. He was about to reply when she kissed him, not giving him any chance to speak. She kissed him hard, causing him to step back involuntarily, and his mind to lag. He immediately returned her kiss, and they both delved deeper until suddenly, there was a thud as Brad's heels reached the couch, and Hailey slowly pushed him down onto it. Before he realized it, he was sitting on the couch and had accidentally let go of her hand in his daze. So by the time she stopped kissing him, Brad was overpowered. Her hands were on his shoulders, pinning him down as she spoke. Be good and wait for me here, okay? She said. Seeing that he had let go of her, she took the opportunity and hastily left. Before he could react, Hailey had already closed the bathroom door, leaving him looking like an abandoned puppy as he stared at the closed door. She used the same kissing technique to ditch me, he thought. Episode 384, Hung Out to Dry. In no time, Hailey finally stepped out of the bathroom. Her hair was wet, and she looked like she had showered in a hurry. She was worried about Brad, and she didn't want him to feel any more anxious, so her only choice had been to quickly return to his side. She looked for him on the couch, but he wasn't there. She frowned. Just as she was about to call his name, she was surprised to find him leaning against the wall beside the door. "Oh, darling, I thought you'd gone somewhere," she said as she turned to face him. When he saw her wet hair, he took her hand, pulled her toward the couch, and made her sit down on it. Hailey followed quietly, and when he brought out a blow-dryer, it brought a smile to her face.
Let me dry your hair,
he said. Of course, she immediately positioned herself to receive the royal treatment from her dearest Brad. As Brad dried her hair with all the care and gentleness in the world, Hailey remembered this same scenario 5 years previously. I remember when you blow-dried my hair the first time, and I think you've improved a lot, she said, looking proud.
I practiced by drying Sean's hair occasionally,
he replied. She imagined Brad blow-drying Sean's hair, and she swooned because of how cute the image in her head was. When he was done, Brad offered her another royal treat.
Let me massage your shoulders,
he said. She blinked, but before she could reply, he started massaging her gently. Feeling his hands on her shoulders, gently massaging her, she felt content. The feeling of his hands was just so amazingly soothing and warm, and she felt all of the stress weighing down on her shoulders disappear. She knew she could only feel like this in his arms. He was indeed her happiness, her strength, her everything. Where did you learn to do this? Hailey asked as she enjoyed the massage with her eyes closed.
I read about it in a book,
he replied. Hailey smiled. I see. You're good, Brad. It feels really good, she uttered. His eyes twinkled with happiness. When he finished the massage, she stood up, and she was about to tell him that she was ready to talk, when again, he beat her to it.
Are you hungry? Do you want me to go and get some food?
He asked. She finally realized that he seemed to be quite worried, which was why he was doing all this extra work to make her happy before he confessed. Why is he so worried? What exactly has he done that's made him seem so nervous? Is it really something so unforgivable? She wondered. Strangely, Brad was looking very nervous, like he was about to confess a grave sin. It was so cute that she thought she was probably not going to be able to be angry at him, no matter how unforgivable what he had done might be. Brad. She called his name as she stared at him seriously, but gently. It's okay. I'm not hungry, she said as she held his hand. She sat on the couch and looked him in the eye. I'm ready to listen to your explanation. Noticing the look in her eyes, Brad began to sit up straight. He tensed up a bit, but he seemed determined. He opened his mouth, but before a single word came out, he closed it again. His expression changed again. He looked at her. Then his gaze went up to the ceiling, then out the window, before coming back to rest on her face. His palms were starting to sweat, and his heart was beating wildly. He took a deep breath in and found his courage. She still couldn't believe how adorable he looked. My God, Brad, just confess already. I'm afraid I'll pass out before I even get to hear you out at this rate, she thought.
That night you decided to come back and stay with us, I was just so happy that I went and...
He paused, and she curiously waited for his next words. He seemed like it was so serious that she held her breath as she looked at him expectantly.
I got too excited at the thought that we could finally start over. So without thinking about what it would mean, I went and burned the old contract and our marriage certificates.
The words rolled off his tongue so fast that they nearly blurred together. Hailey was speechless. Episode 385. Let's make a deal. Brad continued.
The contracts and marriage certificates were obtained illegally anyway, and they reminded me of some unpleasant memories, so I burned them. There are also no records of our marriage in the civil registers, so our marriage was effectively nullified.
Hailey was speechless. Her jaw dropped and she just stared at him, blinking. Huh? He burned it out of excitement? Seriously? She thought. As Hailey was processing what she had just heard, Brad, who was waiting for her to speak, reached his limit. He clenched his fists to stop them from shaking, and his eyes had a hint of fear in them. He wondered what she was thinking.
Will she forgive me? Is she going to be mad at me?
At that moment, he looked as if the words,
"How could I have been so stupid? Someone send me a time machine so I can go back to that night and stop this from ever happening," were flashing across his eyes.
Hailey was still speechless when, without saying another word, Brad got down on one knee, like a knight kneeling before his queen, causing Hailey's eyes to widen.
"I'm very sorry. I didn't think things through properly,"
he said. His voice was filled with sincerity and regret, and his eyes were begging her to forgive him. He looked like a drenched, adorable puppy, pleading for forgiveness.
"I'm willing to accept any punishment you give me. Anything at all. As long as you forgive me.
He was stammering, as though he was being tortured by her silence. Even though he believed that she wouldn't leave him and hate him because of this, he still felt devastated at the thought that she was being hurt by what he had done. Hailey, on the other hand, felt like Brad was attacking her non-stop. He just kept on firing volleys of arrows at her, one after another, without stopping, leaving her unable to choose which one she should react to. He had just confessed why he was feeling so anxious, and before she could process what he had said, he suddenly knelt, asking for forgiveness. And before she could even utter a word, he asked her to punish him. It seemed like it was her turn to be attacked by a virus called Brad, and her response was being slowed down so much that the first thing she did was simply reach out her hands and place them on both of his cheeks without saying a word. She then stretched his cheeks as if she was trying to split his face in two, causing him to widen his eyes. She was actually still in shock. She couldn't believe that this Brad, the one who reigned over the world of business, would actually make this kind of mistake. She was speechless. She didn't know what to say. So she just reacted by pinching his cheeks hard, as if she was just trying to vent something through doing so. She didn't know whether she was supposed to get angry or laugh. His reason for what he had done was ridiculously unbelievable, but it wasn't as bad as she had thought. Truth be told, she almost felt like she had been worrying over nothing. She was glad that their marriage had been nullified due to a silly mistake that wasn't intentional. Knowing that he hadn't done this on purpose was enough to calm her troubled heart and understand. After all, her Brad was being so adorably cute right now, and it would be impossible for her not to forgive him, even if his reasons had been much worse than this. As she pinched his face playfully, she felt as if her heart were being shot by multiple red, fluffy arrows as she looked at Brad's puppy dog eyes. She had the urge to bully this adorable man a little while he was still in this state. So she made her expression serious and then finally spoke. "So I can't call you my husband anymore?" she asked. He jolted as if he had been struck by lightning and hastily took her hand.
"I'm sorry, but don't worry,
Just as he started speaking, Hailey's phone vibrated, causing him to pause. It distracted her as well, and she looked over at her phone, which was on the table. After several rings, he let her hand go, as if to say that she could answer it if she wanted to. She stood up, planning to turn off her phone, But when she saw that it was a call from her mother, she answered the phone quickly.
Hello? Mom?
Dear, I was just calling to remind you that you should arrive early today. Remember, you can't be late.
As soon as Hailey heard what her mother said, she gasped silently. She had totally forgotten that she was supposed to be traveling to Talavantia that morning. She had been meaning to tell Brad since the previous day, but due to all the unforeseen events, she had forgotten all about it. Face-palming herself in her mind, she breathed deeply before she answered. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll be there on time," she said and ended the call. She quickly turned back to Brad. He was looking at her questioningly. Looking at him, Hailey suddenly wrapped her hands around his neck as she hugged him. "Darling, I'm sorry, but there's a very important matter I need to attend to, and I must go now so that I don't miss my flight," she said as she lovingly put her head on his shoulder. She was obviously being sweet to him so that he would let her go. "I've been meaning to tell you this since last night, but too many things happened, and I forgot about it. I can't tell you what it is right now because I want to surprise you, but I assure you that it has nothing to do with the military, so it's very safe. In short, you don't have to worry about my safety, and I'll only be gone for 1 day and 1 night. I'll be coming back home, here, immediately, as soon as I'm done," she continued. He couldn't even utter a word. "I'm sorry. I know this is very sudden, but please let me go, okay? I promise, nothing bad will happen to me, and I won't disappear." She was still trying to persuade him, but when she saw that there seemed to be no sign of him agreeing to it, she was forced to resort to a more effective tactic. This trip was extremely important to her, and she'd been waiting for it for a long time. She needed this to fulfill her plan, especially now that she couldn't call herself his legal wife anymore. So she needed to do this as soon as possible. She had to do this so that she could claim this man as hers forever. "Okay, how about we do this? I'll forgive you for what you did, but in exchange, you must let me go." Brad was speechless. Episode 386, Catching a Glimpse. Meanwhile, in Tyler's bedroom on the other side of the mansion, Tyler finally stepped out of the bathroom. He was already dressed in a new set of pajamas as he walked silently toward the bed. He stood on the other side quietly as he stared at the already sleeping Amy. She was hugging a pillow. Time passed, and the longer he stared at her, the more emotions in his eyes changed. The gentleness in his eyes a moment ago slowly turned into something that seemed to be sadness as he gazed at her. A mixture of different emotions ran through him, and then he looked like he was in a great deal of pain. The look in his beautiful eyes changed once again, and the negative feelings seemed to have intensified. Time went by, and he didn't shift his gaze away from her. The emotions in his eyes stayed the way they were, as if his face was carved in stone. But after another long while, slowly, his hand moved. He clenched his chest tightly, as if he was having a hard time taking a breath. He slowly sat on the bed next to her. He raised his hands and tugged his hair as he bent forward. His elbows landed on his knees, and he stared at the floor. He looked like he was in agony, as if he had descended into the deepest, darkest part of hell, and had become someone who couldn't be saved anymore. He didn't notice that the sleeping lady behind him had slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. She felt her heart clench at the scene before her, and she immediately moved toward him. "Tyler, what's wrong? Does your head hurt?" she asked as she knelt up behind him. Her voice quivered with worry as her hand landed on his shoulder. When she touched him, she felt him jump a bit and then freeze. He seemed like he hadn't expected her to wake up, and was a little startled. She was about to move so she could see his face, when she noticed just how hard he was tugging his hair. She saw his white knuckles and his scalp being pulled like he wanted to tear all of his hair out. He stayed like this, like a rock statue, for a long while, not moving a single muscle. This shocked her, and she felt like her heart had stopped for a moment. She held his wrists as she spoke. "Hey, Tyler, don't tug your hair like that. You're hurting yourself." Amy's voice was mixed with worry and panic. She didn't know what was going on, but her heart felt unbelievably uneasy looking at him like this. Fortunately, he seemed to hear her plea and loosened his grip on his own hair, causing her to finally breathe more calmly. "Does your head hurt? I'll go and call a doctor immediately." Amy was panicking, so she jumped out of bed to get her phone. But Tyler suddenly caught her wrist, and in the next moment, his hands wrapped around her waist as he buried his face in her stomach so she couldn't see his expression. His grip on her was tight, shocking Amy to her bones. She didn't know how to react anymore. Tyler was acting strangely, and she didn't know how to feel about it. "Beauty, I'm dying with worry here. Let me go and get help," she said. But he just clenched her shirt tightly, as if he was refusing to let go. "Are you listening to me? You're acting really strange at the moment. You're clearly not okay at all. I can't bear to see you like this," she continued. "You won't even tell me if there's anything wrong with you. Do you want to give me a heart attack from all this worry?" As those words left her mouth, he finally loosened his grip on her, but he still didn't let go. "I'm fine. My head doesn't hurt. I don't need anything. I just need you to stay still. Please." His voice was weak, and she could feel how serious his every word was. This was the first time he had ever spoken like this, and it made her want to listen to him when she knew she should be calling for help. She was sure that there was something really wrong with him, and yet she couldn't reject his plea. "Are you sure? You're obviously not fine," Amy said once again. "I am completely fine. Don't worry," Tyler replied as firmly as ever. His voice was just like his brother's, absolute and extremely serious, something that was very unusual for him. Completely giving up, her lips pressed together and she took a deep breath. She raised her hand and caressed his hair ever so gently, trying to soothe him. She didn't know what was going on. She was so confused, but she felt like Tyler wasn't his usual self. It was as if the side of him that he was trying so hard to hide from her was showing without him noticing. From the beginning, she had always wondered just how deep his secrets were. She always wondered whether the day would ever come when he would let her glimpse his inner self. And now that it seemed like he was showing her something, it broke her heart. Why? Why am I feeling like this? Beauty, what exactly is going on with you? She thought. Episode 387, Big Brother is Watching You. Time passed and Amy and Tyler remained silent. She rubbed his hair gently. Her mind was churning as she stared at him. She was trying to figure out what had made him become like this all of a sudden. He was just fine before he got in the shower. So what happened? Did something happen when I dozed off? She thought. She was itching to know exactly what was going on, but by the time she had finally gathered the resolve to ask him, he suddenly went limp, indicating that he had fallen asleep. His hands slowly fell, and she pressed her lips together tightly, speechless. Never mind. I'll have to ask him when he wakes up, she thought. Giving up on her plan, she gently laid him down on the bed. She looked at his beautiful face. Staring at him, she almost couldn't resist the urge to steal a kiss from him. He was indeed her sleeping beauty. The only difference was that, even if she kissed him, he still wouldn't open his eyes. Looking at his face, Amy raised her hand, and her finger slowly and carefully landed on his long and straight eyelashes. He was just so beautiful that she felt like she was falling in love with him all over again. She sighed. This guy. How could anyone look like this? You're way too beautiful for your own good. What the hell's with these super thick eyelashes of yours? She thought. She wondered whether she could pluck his eyelashes and then glue them onto hers, so that she could have beautiful straight eyelashes too. And then a little giggle came out as she laughed at her silly idea. She was out of words to describe how good-looking he was. She ended up complaining instead. However, as she continued to watch his peaceful, sleeping face, her eyes eventually fell on his lips. Damn, how seductive. I need to be good. Don't even think about taking advantage of a man who's currently sick, she thought. Feeling seduced by the defenseless sleeping beauty, she was about to steal a kiss when the vision of him pulling his hair flashed into her mind. Her mood immediately changed, and she decided to step out of the room, at least to tell Mrs. Clark. She wouldn't be able to feel all right until someone confirmed that he was fine. She climbed out of the bed, and she was about to open the door when she halted. She looked back at the sleeping beauty, and the next moment she walked back toward the bed. She bent down and kissed his forehead before she left. When she reached the living room, she was surprised by a sudden commotion. She rushed toward the door, and she was surprised to see Brad standing by a black car. She watched Hailey get into it, and then the car drove away. Amy could feel the chilling atmosphere, and she knew something was wrong just from seeing Brad standing there like a block of ice, watching the disappearing car. Wait, didn't he just go to fetch her? Why is she leaving again? Did something happen? Oh gosh, don't tell me they couldn't settle their problem and that's why Hailey's leaving, she thought, gasping. She knew that if what she thought was true, it would surely bring a storm to the Clark family. What was even worse was that this mighty Ice King might even go berserk. Oh gosh, Hailey dear, please come back, she thought. Looking at the depressed ice statue standing there, unmoving, she bit her lip and was about to sneak away for fear that Brad might catch her peeking and vent his frustration by feeding her to the crocodiles, when suddenly, Brad's cold voice reached her ears. Wait, he said. Like a startled robot, she slowly turned to face him. Yes? Did Hailey leave because of an important matter? Amy simply spouted whatever came into her mind because she was scared. She said there's something very important she needs to attend to, he replied. Hearing that she hadn't left for a negative reason made Amy feel like a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulder. Whew, she thought. Thank goodness I was wrong. Oh, I see. She was afraid to say any more for fear that she might say something she would regret. She thought that she should be extra careful with this terrifying man, or else she would end up being the next meal for the crocodiles. Amy was about to excuse herself when he spoke again. How's Tyler? He asked. She looked at him with questioning eyes, but when she remembered him asking her to not let Tyler leave last night, she thought that he might be asking whether Tyler behaved himself after he left. He's good. He's sleeping, she replied. Brad nodded. He started to walk away, but she stopped him. But I think he's acting strangely. When I woke up, I saw him pulling his hair really hard.
I think there's something wrong with him. Amy finally blurted out her concern, despite her fear. And Brad, who was already a few steps away from her, halted. I think his head was hurting, or maybe he was still sick. I think he needs a doctor to look at him after all, she continued. Brad just stood there with his back to her. He was silent for such a long time that she was starting to get very nervous. Fortunately, after another moment, he finally turned to her and spoke. I'll call the doctor to come and check on him. Her face immediately brightened. Thank you so much, Mr. Clark, she exclaimed. From now on, call me your big brother-in-law, he said as he turned his back and walked away silently. Amy was dumbfounded. What did I just hear? Episode 388, A Brad Without a Country. Extremely shocked by Brad's remarks, Amy stared there without moving until Brad disappeared from her sight. She was so surprised that she didn't know what to feel. She had never expected this mighty boss to tell her to call him big brother-in-law, so she could hardly believe it. Was he kidding? But when had he ever uttered a joke? Realizing that he had never been the type to spout jokes or even harmless lies, she felt her face turn a bit hot. However, when she imagined herself calling him big brother-in-law, her expression changed and she facepalmed herself. She felt like calling him that would surely take every ounce of courage in her. I think it would be easier to call him Crocodile Master than Big Brother-in-Law, she thought. Time passed, and the doctor finally arrived. Amy was waiting inside the room when an old doctor entered, accompanied by Brad. The doctor then immediately approached Tyler and took his pulse. The atmosphere was tense. Brad leaned on the wall quietly as he stared at the sleeping Tyler, while Amy was standing across from the bed, waiting until the checkup was over. The next morning, the atmosphere in the Clark residence was gloomy. Brad looked very sad. He had been forced to give in last night and let Hailey go. He didn't know what could be so important that she wouldn't even tell him a single thing about it. He thought that she might have left because she was a bit angry at him after all, even though he knew deep down that she had already forgiven him. He understood that she had the right to get angry, but he couldn't stop feeling gloomy and troubled because she had left in such a hurry. He felt like they still hadn't had a proper talk, so he just couldn't feel at ease. Inside the house, it wasn't just Brad who was in such an indifferent and unhappy mood. Tyler and Amy were acting as if they had had a huge fight, and they weren't talking at all. It was as if something huge had happened in the span of the night. Amy was a bit upset because Tyler was back to his usual self, acting like nothing had happened the whole night. The doctor who had checked on him told her that he was all right, but she was still feeling a bit uneasy. As soon as Tyler had woken up, she went and asked him, but he simply told her he was completely fine and nothing more. Unable to vent her frustration because the Clark family were all there, she quietly sulked in the corner. When Anderson woke up, he was disappointed to find out that Hailey was gone, and he couldn't stand the gloomy atmosphere in the house any longer.
You people, what's going on with you? Brad, why did you let Hailey leave so early this morning?
Business, was all he would say.
Have you settled everything with her?
No.
So are you just going to sit there and mope the whole day? What will you do now?
Wait. This grandson of his was really making things difficult. It was like he was back to his old, monosyllabic, robot-like self.
He just wanted to have a normal conversation, but it was hard to talk when the other person was just giving one-word answers.
Hailey, come back soon or Brad might revert back to the way he was before he met you, he thought. Tyler, why do you have the same face as that log?
Knowing he wasn't going to get a conversation out of Brad, Anderson turned his attention to Tyler. Tyler, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke, and he was back to his usual jolly self again.
Grandpa, you don't need to insult this perfectly handsome and masculine face by comparing it to the frozen log that's over there,
he answered cheekily, seemingly trying to lighten the mood.
Why have I been given these two bubbleheads to look after?
Anderson complained as he raised his eyes heavenwards, as if asking the gods for an answer. He sighed and said to Tyler,
Go over there and talk some sense into your brother.
Whatever Anderson ordered, Tyler felt like he had to obey. He walked over to Brad and dropped down in the seat next to him.
The mighty Brad, being brought down to this state by his ex-wife,
Tyler said out loud to no one in particular. He deliberately said ex-wife because he knew for certain that this would get a reaction from the brooding stone sitting next to him. Of course, Brad didn't disappoint as Tyler felt a deadly glare being directed at him.
You know, for a genius, you're not very smart. If you wanted to know what she's up to, you could just get your secret intelligence unit to investigate.
No. Tyler sidled up closer to him and whispered his next words quietly, like he was a small devil sitting on Brad's shoulder. Not even just to find out where she went. Tyler's tone was teasing, but he knew that Brad was depressed because he was apart from Hailey. He knew that he would feel better if he was at least in the same country as her. From this comment, an idea seemed to have engraved itself on Brad's mind, and without waiting another second, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call was picked up, he said,
"Find out where she went," and hung up.
Tyler was mentally patting himself on the back for a job well done. He turned to his grandfather and gave him a thumbs up. 5 minutes later, Brad's phone rang, and he answered with a curt,
"Where is she?"
"Talavantia, sir." As soon as he heard this information, his eyes narrowed. He looked like a light bulb had been turned on in his brain. He spent a few moments thinking quietly, and once he was done, he said,
"I'm going to Talavantia."
Episode 389, Making an Entrance.
"I'm going to Talavantia,"
Brad said. The gloomy old man's face brightened.
You have a plan?
Anderson asked, looking excited.
If Brad is planning something, it would be a good idea to do it in Talavantia, since that was the country where the two of them had met, he thought.
Brad nodded as his gloomy expression drastically changed, causing the house's atmosphere to immediately become brighter. Brad then immediately started clearing his schedule for the day's trip. While he was preparing, he shifted his attention to the quiet Tyler sitting on the couch.
"Tyler, bring your fiancée with you,"
he said, and like a man startled from his daydream, Tyler suddenly straightened up and immediately replied.
Huh? Why?
He asked, surprised.
"I need her, and she has to come so someone can help you take care of Sean,"
Brad answered as he walked away. Tyler's mouth hung open as he watched his brother walk away. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck.
In short, we'll just be following you as your glorified babysitters, huh?
He muttered as he lazily raised his head. His shoulders dropped before he walked over to Amy, who was currently speaking with his parents. In an old yet luxurious Japanese-style mansion in Talavantia, a banquet was being held. The setting was magnificent. Twinkling lights draped the walls of the corridor that opened up to the banquet hall. There were round tables elegantly set with red tablecloths. The centerpieces were large crystal vases, which stood on round mirrors, housing bouquets of white orchids that created an amazing contrast with the red tablecloth. The tiny crystals at the bottom of the vases caught the light, and when they reflected off the mirror, sparkled like a starry night sky. Champagne was flowing. The waiters and waitresses were dressed smartly in crisp black and white uniforms as they walked around offering canapes and champagne to the guests. The room was filled with people who were all wearing designer dresses and suits that had all been tailored. The ladies' necks, ears, and wrists were covered with gems, pearls, or diamonds, and the men were wearing expensive watches and cufflinks. This was certainly a most lavish affair. The banquet was about to start, and the people were starting to settle down at their tables. The first course was served, and not long after, the main course came out. It didn't take long for everyone to finish the scrumptious meals provided to them by the very best chef in Talavantia. When everyone had finished their main course, an older man with a majestic aura holding a cane walked up onto the stage. He was the respected leader of the Markle family, a family that stood next to the royal family back when Talavantia had still been a monarchy. This family's ancestor and founder was this country's national hero, the legendary general back in ancient times who saved the country from invaders. This family had also been the royal family's ally for generations, and even now, they still held a close relationship with the former king. Despite the abolition of the country's monarchy, the Markle family, although they tried to stay low-key, were actually just as powerful as before. The family owned the country's top hospitals, and they were still respected by the people. However, the current leader had no offspring, and Mr. Markle's only daughter had left the family many years ago to avoid the marriage that had been arranged for her. Because of that, Mr. Markle had chosen the most capable of his nephews to inherit his position, and tonight was supposedly the night of the announcement. Mr. Markle began his speech as the people excitedly tried to guess which of the 4 candidates he would choose. However, to everyone's surprise, Mr. Markle announced that he would not share this news tonight. He said that it would be announced on the day of his official retirement. The people were surprised, but they could easily accept their leader's decision. However, the next announcement he made was like a bomb that had suddenly been dropped before them.
The real reason why I arranged this banquet tonight was to welcome back a member of our family who has just returned home,
he announced. Everyone's eyes widened. What? Don't tell me it's his daughter. Did she finally return home?
It could only be her, right?
Yes, I agree. It must be her.
But I don't know if this is even good news. She's been gone for so long, cutting all ties with us. So what if she returns now? Have we been gathered here just to welcome the prodigal daughter?
Hey, watch your mouth. She's still the daughter of our leader.
Yeah, no matter what we say, we're just distant relatives. We can't complain about anything regarding the main family.
Whatever. There were soft murmurs from every table as they discussed this new development. Some of the people gathered were quite unhappy with this sudden turn of events, but Mr. Markle continued speaking, gathering everyone's attention again.
Please welcome my dear granddaughter.
As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone fell silent as a beautiful young woman stood up from her chair and walked toward the stage like a majestic princess. She was dressed in an elegant white dress that flattered her figure. The dress looked like it had been made for her. It was a floor-length gown that was made from a very light material, that flowed like a small waterfall as she walked. There were small diamonds scattered throughout the dress, making it sparkle like stars. She only wore a simple set of jewelry, unlike some of the others in attendance who were covered with it, which complemented her features elegantly instead of overshadowing them. Her aura oozed confidence, elegance, and nobility. When they saw her out-of-this-world beauty, their mouths hung open. Who is she? Episode 390, Beauty Queen. Everyone's eyes were glued to the gracious lady walking toward the stage. Their eyes were wide and filled with disbelief as they began whispering to each other. Who is she? That's not Miss Dawson. Didn't you hear? He didn't say daughter. He said granddaughter. What? So that means it isn't Miss Dawson who's returning, but her daughter? Miss Dawson's daughter? I can't believe this. Miss Dawson's daughter is a grown-up lady and she's just... Yeah, she's beautiful. No, beautiful is an understatement. She's the most magnificent woman I've ever seen in my life. She can easily beat the top celebrity with just her face alone. You're right. She looks like a goddess. Why are you surprised? Our family has always been blessed with beauty. That's why most of our country's kings' wives came from our family. All the most beautiful queens in the history of our country came from our family after all. Now that you mention it, it seems like our generation was blessed with a beauty that might compete or even surpass all the beauties of our family since ancient times. Most of the family members were all full of love and praise for the beautiful woman on the stage. However, inevitably, some were not as delighted. Yeah, she's beautiful, but what's the use of beauty for our generation? The monarchy was abolished long ago, and even the royal family are becoming extinct. There's no king anymore that could turn her into his queen. You're right. So what if she's beautiful? In this modern world, nothing is more important than money. Appearance is only third to money and intelligence. Yeah, I don't really care if his granddaughter came back. She must just be a poor woman who wanted to claim her title as a member of the main family. It makes me angry. I agree. Look at her. She looks like a pretty, delicate vase. Our family's beauties weren't just the king's wives. They were warriors. Some of them were even generals and strategists. They were beauties with brains, vigor, and bravery. How dare they compare her to our ancestors? That's blasphemy. This woman is nothing like them. As everyone started to get louder and contradicting opinions came out, Hailey took the mic and spoke. Good evening. My name is Hailey, and I'm truly happy to meet you all tonight, she said. When Mr. Markle clapped his hands, everyone followed suit, even the people who were bitter. Hearing their claps, Hailey smiled as she looked at them. Truth be told, when Hailey had told her mother that she had wanted to pursue success and power so that nobody could dare question her worth and position beside the man she loved, Dawson had told her about her family background. Of course, Hailey had been surprised to hear that her mother wasn't just a renowned scientist, but also belonged to a powerful, noble family. Before the unfortunate accident took place, and she was sent to the Moore family to protect her, her mother's family had been very prominent in Televantia. Her mother had suggested to her that if she wanted a powerful background, she should go back to the Markle family and introduce herself to them. She had said that just being a part of that family would be enough to give her power. However, Hailey hadn't liked the idea of going back to them for such a reason. Although she planned to go and visit her grandparents, she believed that she could become powerful without using their family name. After all, her world-class inventions and the businesses she had established were enough for her to get the status she wanted. However, things had changed when she found out that her Brad was also a royal. She thought that going back to the Markle family would give her the unquestionable background to be able to stand beside Brad. Brad was a royal, and she was a noble. Nobody would question her worth. And besides, wasn't she just returning to the place where she was supposed to belong? No matter what, she was a member of that family, and there was nothing wrong with letting the world know she was. So she had decided to go and meet her grandparents. She had just wanted them to acknowledge her, but she didn't plan to go back and live with them. After all, her life was now in New York, and she didn't want to just be a noble lady staying in her house. She had Brad and Sean now, and they were her family from now until forever. But when she had met her grandparents, she had been surprised at how they had reacted so lovingly and had been so accepting of her. Her mother hadn't told her, but her grandparents had already known about her and had been waiting for years for her to visit. Hailey had been surprised to see that she had long been listed in the family's registry, and that her grandparents were really lovable, which had filled her heart with joy. Episode 391, Just Like Your Mother. After the announcement, everyone went to greet Hailey. They weren't all happy, and some of the women's underhanded comments were meant to embarrass her. Hailey, welcome home. I'm very curious about why you've only now come back. Me too. Did something bad happen? Or did Michelle tell you to come back since she's too embarrassed to come back herself? She cut ties to her family so long ago. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about her in a long time. I wonder what she's doing these days. If she hadn't left, she would be the CEO of Markle Corporation now, right? Yes, she would. She was really intelligent. It's too bad that she didn't put her brain to better use. Really? So, Hailey, did your mother ask you to come back because she regrets losing her family? She must not want you to suffer like she has. And you have suffered, haven't you? Poor thing. You should have come back to us a long time ago. Hailey could feel everyone's jealousy and sugar-coated malice. She had spent enough time around Amy's relatives to recognize insincerity, so the comments didn't surprise her. She had seen how Amy had dealt with similar situations. Amy believed that offense was the best defense, but Hailey didn't want to follow her example because she hated arguing. She hadn't come to speak to those people and decided not to waste her energy on them. She ignored their comments and just smiled at them, which surprised and disappointed them. They had been waiting for her to respond so that they could find something in her words that they could twist. "Thank you for your kind welcome. I'm touched," she said. Then she smiled and excused herself without saying another word, leaving the women shocked. "What the hell?" one of them said, gritting her teeth. "She's touched? Was she being sarcastic?" "How obnoxious. Who does she think she is?" another one said angrily. Then a young man spoke up from behind them. She was incredibly gracious. She acted like a queen. She didn't waste her time dealing with nuisances, he said. The women all scowled, but they remained silent. The young man was the top candidate to be their boss, so they didn't dare to contradict him. Hailey saw her grandmother watching the moon from the veranda. She had a glass of wine in her hand. She looked like she was lost in thought, but there was a gentle smile on her face. Hailey approached her. Her grandmother sensed her presence and smiled sweetly at her. "How has everyone been treating you?" she asked. Hailey shrugged and smiled. "I'd rather talk to you, Grandma," she said. Her grandmother looked like she understood what had happened. She took Hailey's hand and looked at her with worry in her eyes. "Are you all right, sweetie? What did they say? Tell me," she said. She looked like she wanted to banish whoever had spoken hurtfully to her granddaughter. Hailey chuckled quietly. "Don't worry, Grandma," she said. "I'm okay. They don't matter to me, so I don't care what they say." Her grandmother smiled. "Good. That's the spirit. You're just like your mother," she said as she turned toward the moon again and started to reminisce about the past. "Your mother, when Michelle was young, she was so headstrong. She knew how to stand up for herself, and she knew what she wanted. We were too strict with her, and we didn't realize it at the time. Your grandfather wanted her to marry a powerful man, but she refused. She insisted that she would be the one to choose her husband. And so she left. We realized our mistake, but it was too late. We lost contact with her, and we thought that she was hiding from us. But a few years ago, your grandfather saw her in an award ceremony in New York. He urged her to come back. She refused, but she told him about you, and she said that you might want to come back to us. He was so happy. We've been waiting for you since then. It took a few years, but here you are. Our prayers have been answered. Don't worry, okay? We'll never ask you to do anything against your will. We just want you to be a part of our family again." Hailey, feeling her grandmother's regret, hugged her. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'm here and I'm part of the family," she said reassuringly. "But I have to go now," she added. "Sweetie, won't you at least stay for the night? It's still so early," Mrs. Markle asked. Hailey had originally planned to stay for the night, but she was worried about Brad. He had been so gloomy that morning, and the sad look that he had given her had made her heart ache. She had briefly considered bringing him with her, but in the end, had decided just to return that same day. "I'm sorry, Grandma, but I promised someone that I would return immediately. But don't worry. I'll come back soon because there are people that I want you to meet," she said politely. With that, she left, even though the party had just started. Outside the Markle mansion, a car was waiting for her. She asked the driver to take her to the airport. When she stepped out of the car, she was surprised to see 4 men in black, wearing bunny headbands standing in front of her. She went on alert as she looked at them with extreme wariness. What's going on? Why are there always problems? And what's up with the headbands? Are they trying to make me drop my guard? She thought. Episode 392.
Do you see some men?
Hailey was curious about why the men were wearing bunny ear headbands, but she wasn't curious enough to lower her guard. She couldn't make Brad worry again, and she knew that if she were ever abducted again, he might literally chain her to him and never let go of her again. She switched to fighting mode. She still looked like a fairy in her white dress, but her aura drastically changed. The men in black thought that she had been possessed by an evil ice queen, so they froze. They seemed hesitant to approach her. Seeing that they were backing off, she slid her hand into her purse, where she kept a makeshift secret weapon. Her eyes turned dangerous, and without any warning, she attacked them. She wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. She lunged at the closest man with her secret weapon, and he stumbled backward, barely escaping her attack. Not wasting any more time on him, she turned to her right and ran toward another one. He was so frightened that he started running away. She caught up to him and gave him a swift kick on the back, making him trip and fall on his face. She turned back to the remaining two men and quickly made her way to the closest one on her left. She swung at his face, but he dodged the blow by ducking to his left. She had anticipated his move, and with her left hand, she landed a strong uppercut on his jaw. His head tilted backward, taking his body along with it. He landed hard on the ground. There was one man left, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. What's with these guys? Are they even real fighters? She wondered. Hailey forced herself to focus on the task at hand, instead of getting lost in her thoughts about the men's skills. She still had one man left to take care of. She quickly walked toward him with her arms raised, ready to fight. He looked at her warily, not knowing whether to defend himself or to run from the evil Ice Queen. He didn't decide quickly enough, and her legs stretched out into a roundhouse kick. When her foot made contact with his face, he dropped to the ground. In just a few seconds, the tough Snow Queen had defeated all four of them. She hadn't even let any of them speak. She looked like she wasn't done with them, and she walked toward one of them to interrogate him, but was interrupted by her phone ringing. She glanced at the screen, and when she saw that it was Brad, she answered immediately without taking her eyes off the men. She was still alert and was watching their every move, but she stepped away to take the call. "Hello? Darling?" she said calmly. She was surprised to hear Sean's voice.
Mommy, Dad says you're in Televanture right now. Are you? He asked.
She saw some airport security guards nearby, so she relaxed a bit as she answered. "Yes, sweetie, I'm here," she said. His next words shocked her.
Mommy, do you see some men wearing bunny ear headbands?
He asked. She blinked and looked around as if she were looking for someone. How does he know about them? Is he here? She wondered. She brightened at the thought that he was there at the airport with her. But before she could ask him where he was, he spoke again.
Mommy, there's something I want you to get for me. Is that okay?
He asked. She blinked and looked around again. Huh? So he's not here, she thought. Of course, darling. I'll get whatever you want. What is it? She asked. She was a bit disappointed, but she still smiled as she spoke to him. One of the reasons why she had insisted on going home so soon was because she couldn't stand being separated from her big and small darlings at home for more than a day. She already missed them so much that nothing else mattered.
Mommy, the men in the headbands are Dad's men. I asked them to wait for you at the airport so they could take you to the store. Do you see them?
He asked. Hailey choked. They're Brad's men? Oh no, what have I done? She thought. She looked down at them and bit her lip. Oh yes, they're here. I see them, she replied as she cringed in embarrassment.
Mommy, please go with them. They'll take you there. I'll send you a photo of what I want when you get there.
Okay, sweetie, she said. As soon as the call ended, Hailey helped the men up. They had taken some heavy blows, but since they were well trained,
they recovered quickly.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were Brad's men," she said. The men insisted that it was their fault.
"We should have explained," one of them said. They led her to a car. She got in, and as they left the airport, she grew curious. The car was strange, and its windows seemed to have been purposely covered so she couldn't see outside. But she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she quietly rested her head on the headrest. Time passed, and the car eventually stopped. She grabbed her purse, curious to see what store they had brought her to. Someone opened the door for her, and when she stepped out, she gasped. Her eyes widened. "I'm back at Gray Mansion," she thought. Episode 393, The Path. Hailey couldn't explain how she felt as she gazed quietly at the mansion. It was where she had first met Brad, and where they had made so many memories together. Gray Mansion used to be the only safe haven for Brad, and everything about it was so nostalgic that Hailey felt her heart racing as she looked at it. The mansion, which she had left 5 years earlier, was still the most memorable and special place for her. She saw that it hadn't changed. It was still the same color, and even the plants she had planted were still there. It was as if it had been frozen in time and had remained untouched since the day she had left. She felt so many emotions. Memories started flashing across her mind, and she saw both happy and sad images as she remembered her time there. After several minutes, she slowly walked toward the door. She stopped and remembered the night that she had first set foot in the mansion. Back then, she had felt a chilling feeling, but as she approached the door, she felt like she was stepping into a fantasy. She had had so many happy moments when she had lived there. She was still dressed in the elegant white dress she had worn to the Markles' banquet, and as she walked along the path, it gently brushed the ground. She looked like a fairy gliding toward an abandoned and colorless castle. Her dress almost glowed as the moonlight kissed it, and she looked radiant. Anyone who saw her at that moment would think they were watching a goddess. When she finally reached the huge door, she stopped. She touched the doorknob, and her heart started racing. She felt like she was on a treasure hunt and was about to uncover a mysterious treasure. She felt excited, curious, and nervous, and she held her breath as she slowly pushed the door open. It creaked open, and she saw a large, dark, and familiar living room. The silver chandelier reflected the moonlight, and silence and darkness enveloped everything. The room was beautiful but cold. Hailey started to wonder if Brad had abandoned Gray Mansion the day that she had disappeared. But she saw that the furniture wasn't covered with sheets, and even though it felt like nobody had lived there for years, it didn't feel neglected. When she looked around and took it all in, a candle lit up in front of her. She gasped, and her eyes widened. Little candles were lighting themselves one after another to create a romantic path. She watched in awe. The path reminded her of the one she had created when she had told Brad that she loved him. She covered her mouth to stifle another gasp, and her heart started racing. A little boy appeared at the end of the path. He slowly walked toward her, looking very serious. Her heart stopped when she saw Sean, dressed in a tuxedo and looking like a little gentleman, approaching her. He was so adorable that she almost ran to meet him so that she could hug him, but she was enjoying watching him march toward her, so she stayed where she was and waited patiently for him. He stopped just a few feet away from her, and she bent down to hug him with a huge smile on her face. Before she could wrap her arms around him, though, he stopped her by holding out the hands he had been hiding behind his back as he had walked down the path. He held 3 individual roses, and she knew that they represented love. Her heart fluttered.
She took them from him, but before she could say anything, he ran away, leaving her alone. She slowly headed down the path with the roses in her hand. She wanted to chase Sean, but something caught her attention. She covered her mouth again and looked up in surprise. Photos had been hung along the path, and when she looked at them, her eyes got blurry. The first photo she saw was of Brad and her wearing bunny masks and holding hands. She recognized it as their first date at Coney Island Amusement Park. She sighed as she remembered her early days with Brad. She remembered how cold he had been and how she had struggled to seduce him. The photo filled her heart with so much joy that she wanted to cry. She then stepped toward another one and saw Brad carrying her in his arms. They both looked like they were the survivors of a zombie apocalypse. She laughed as she saw how cute they were together, even in their early days. Hailey moved from one photo to the next and felt waves of joy, sadness, and gratitude. She was happy because she remembered everything she had felt when the photos had been taken. Sad that she and Brad had missed out on 5 years of being together, and grateful that she had met and been reunited with him. When she saw the next photo of her planting a kiss on his cheek, she blushed. The kiss had been part of her kiss and run strategy, and she remembered how much courage it had taken to do it. It was the first time she had kissed him. She was delighted, but she had no idea that Brad had so many photos of them. Who took them? Was someone following us around and documenting our progress? She wondered. Episode 394, The Silent Messenger. As Hailey walked farther into the mansion and saw all the photos, she was so overcome with joy and nostalgia that she didn't notice that Sean had returned. He walked toward her with his hands behind his back again. When she finally noticed him, she tilted her head and tried to guess what else he had hidden behind his back. Her heart melted as she gazed at him and saw how serious he was. He looked like he was on a crucial mission that required intense focus. She noticed how much he looked like Brad. In particular, the innocent Brad of 5 years earlier. Her smile spread from ear to ear. He reached out to her, and she was awed when he handed her a bouquet. It held 47 beautiful red roses. Hailey heard Brad's voice in her head telling her what the roses meant. She imagined him saying, "You are my one and only." She was touched as she took the bouquet. Her eyes burned and she wanted to cry hot tears of joy. She didn't want to confuse Sean by bursting into tears in front of him, though, so she reined in her emotions. Once again, before she could even thank him, he ran away. She smiled as she watched him disappear from her sight. She looked at the roses and smelled their sweet fragrance. She held them to her heart and breathed deeply. She knew that they could only have come from Brad, and she was eager to see what else was waiting for her. He had outdone her own confession of love from 5 years earlier, and he had even recruited their son to help. He's more shameless now, but also so much more romantic, she thought. She walked further down the path and was once again distracted by photos. Her eyes widened as if she had seen something extraordinary. The photo in front of her had been taken on the night that she had told him that she loved him. It was a photo of them standing together with flowers cascading down on them. Her eyes welled up as she gazed at the magical scene. She gazed at the photo for several minutes, unable to take her eyes off of it as she reminisced about that night. It had been one of the best nights of her life, and it was still as fresh in her mind as if it had happened the day before. Hailey forced herself to keep moving. She breathed deeply and tried to calm herself down so that she wouldn't start crying. She bit her lip and looked up. When she saw that she was about to reach the door to the courtyard, she was overcome with excitement. But before she could get to the door, Sean appeared again, holding his hands behind his back. He was so focused on fulfilling his role as a silent messenger that he hadn't said a word since she had arrived. He was the cutest messenger that she had ever seen. She waited patiently for him to reach her. When he stopped just a few feet from her, she saw that he was struggling to hold a bouquet of roses that was so big that she could see it behind his back. She leaned forward to help him, but he stepped back and finally spoke.
Don't worry, Mommy. You don't have to help me. I can handle it. It's my job,
he said. He got a firm grip on the roses and held them out for her. He looked proud of himself, and his eyes shined as he smiled at his mother. She took them from him quickly so that he wouldn't have to hold them any longer. She smiled, and her eyes sparkled with joy. She heard Brad's voice telling her about the flowers. There are 66 roses. My love for you will never change. Episode 395, The Courtyard. Sean didn't run away. It seemed like his work was done, so Hailey bent over and reached out to him. When he didn't back away, she hugged him. Sweetie, she said as he hugged her back. She had only been away for a day, but they hugged as though they had been separated for months. As she embraced him, her racing heart slowed down. He soothed her and gave her the energy she needed to keep going. After a minute, he pulled away and held her hand. Like a little gentleman, he escorted his mother toward the door, as if he were a father escorting his daughter down the aisle. They walked together down the path of lights. When they reached the door, he let go of her hand and looked at her, giving her a sweet smile as he motioned for her to keep going. He was so adorable that she bent over again and kissed his cheeks 3 times before letting him go. She patted his head and took a deep breath before stepping through the door. Sean was watching his beautiful mother walk away when someone called his name softly. Sean, come here, someone whispered. He turned toward the couple who had just come out from hiding behind the curtains.
Mom already went out with Amy,
he whispered back. Amy bent over and pinched his cheeks gently. Good job, you're amazing, she praised him. Tyler ruffled his hair. Okay, it's time for our next mission. Hopefully those 4 will do their part properly, she said as she took one of Sean's hands. Tyler took his other hand and started walking. Don't worry, they won't mess up. With that, the babysitters left. When Hailey reached the courtyard, her eyes went straight to the gazebo. Just as she had expected, Brad was there, dressed in a tuxedo. It fit him well and highlighted his muscular build. His diamond cufflinks sparkled in the moonlight. She noticed how incredibly handsome he was. He looked like a prince waiting for his princess to arrive. He was standing in the same spot where she had stood when she had waited for him. Her heart skipped a beat. She stopped walking. She wanted to freeze the image of Brad waiting for her in her memory, so she stood still for a few minutes and just looked at him. When the image had burned itself into her heart and mind, she started walking again. They locked eyes with each other as she moved. Except for the dim light of the path and another light beside Brad, the entire courtyard was dark, so she couldn't see how it had changed. She walked along the path, and she was stunned when the lights went out. For a moment, the only light came from the moon. She looked at Brad but didn't speak. She took another step, and suddenly, out of nowhere, tiny twinkling lights appeared, floating around her. Hailey wondered if she was dreaming because it seemed like she had awakened thousands of fireflies. She gasped in awe and wondered if that was why Brad wasn't moving. She was surprised, but she kept going. With every step she took, more and more fireflies appeared. There seemed to be millions of them illuminating her path to her prince. Has he been breeding fireflies for the last 5 years? She wondered. The scene looked like something out of a fairy tale, and she had to remind herself that it wasn't a dream or a figment of her imagination. She was speechless, and her eyes widened as she looked around at the magical garden she had walked into. Her gaze landed on Brad, who still hadn't moved, and was looking at her as if she were a goddess who had descended from above. As she walked through the fireflies and got closer to the gazebo, her heart started beating so wildly that she could hear it. Every step she took was like a countdown. She felt like she would lose control of herself when she reached him. She saw that his hands were also hidden behind his back, and she could see a part of another bouquet. There was a small table beside the path, and she placed her bouquet on it. After she set the roses down, she returned her gaze to Brad and kept walking toward him. They locked eyes again, and the fireflies sparkled around them. She stopped just a step away from him, and he finally moved. He slowly reached out and gave her another bouquet of red roses. Hailey felt like her heart would explode. There were 99 roses, and she knew what that number signified. I will love you until the day I die, she thought. Her eyes welled, but before she could say anything, Brad got down on one knee, holding a small open box in his hand.
Hailey, will you marry me again?
Episode 396. Yes.
Hailey, will you marry me again?
Hailey's world screeched to a halt. She almost dropped the bouquet in her hands. Her heart stopped and she felt like she would burst with joy. Brad's question echoed inside her brain. There were no words to describe the happiness she felt. He gazed up at her, holding his breath, as he waited for her answer. Brad had spent the day preparing the setting for his proposal. He had been willing to use anything and anyone, even Sean, as a prop to make everything perfect. And he had even asked Amy and Tyler to help make the occasion flawless. He had been excited for the entire day. As he prepared and waited for her, he felt like it had been the longest day of his life. But as the event loomed closer, his mind had played tricks on him, and he had felt anxious. When he had watched Hailey exit the house and approach him like she was walking down the aisle on their wedding day, he had been so overwhelmed with emotions that his palms had turned sweaty and his knees had almost buckled. However, his emotions had stabilized when he had seen her reaction to the sudden appearance of countless fireflies, which had been bred just for that day. They danced everywhere like magical lights. The wonder in her eyes when she had seen the creatures had made his heart skip a beat. He had grown in confidence as he had admired her. The moment was better than he ever could have imagined. Everything around him faded to nothingness when he gazed at her. Hailey remained in a daze, staring at the ring in his hand. Brad had prepared a speech, but the words had stuck in his throat. His eyes widened as a tear flowed from her eyes, and she opened her mouth. Yes, yes, I will marry you again, Brad, she said. His heart soared and his eyes glimmered as he smiled. Never in his life had he felt so joyous. Never in his life had he felt so fortunate to be alive. Hailey extended her hand. Brad placed the ring on her finger and then kissed her hand slowly, like he was kissing the hand of his queen. As soon as he lifted his head, she pounced on him, and they both fell onto the grass. Brad, Hailey cried as she gripped him tightly. I'm so happy. She hugged him.
Me too. You've made me the happiest man in the world.
He rolled slightly to lay on his side, with Hailey resting on his arm. As he looked at her, He gently moved her hair from her face. Slowly, he leaned in so that his lips were close to her ear.
I love you,
Brad whispered. Then he kissed her. The kiss was different from those before. It promised a new chapter and spoke of their anticipation of spending the rest of their lives together. Under the bright moonlight and surrounded by magical fireflies, they continued as if there would be no tomorrow. Episode 397, Ultimatum. Meanwhile, a certain couple behind some bushes was in an awkward position. Amy and Tyler, with Sean, who refused to be left behind, had snuck into the courtyard to act like paparazzi. Amy had taken the role of a gossiping photographer holding 2 cameras, while Tyler carried his nephew. The little boy had begged to see the fireflies and his dad's proposal. So, when his parents had their steamy moment, the 2 adults almost had a heart attack. Amy leaped onto Tyler, who landed on the ground. She straddled Tyler as she attempted to block the boy's view. Sean was sandwiched between them.
Auntie Amy, what happened?
He asked. She scrambled off of Tyler, ensuring the boy couldn't see anything from behind her.
I got scared. I thought I saw a ghost,
she said before laughing awkwardly. Tyler buried his nephew's face in his shoulder.
It's time for you to go to sleep now.
Yes, Amy said. You saw the fireflies and your mommy has already said yes. So let's go now, okay? The boy nodded. Feeling relieved, they snuck back to the house and upstairs to Sean's bedroom. They had put the little prince to sleep. Brad could not discover that he was still awake. Tyler lay him down on the bed. You did a great job tonight, but sleep now. It's already late, he said. However, time passed, and the boy was still wide awake.
I can't sleep,
he replied. His eyes were innocent, just like his father's had been years ago. Amy was engrossed in the photos she had taken. Try putting him to sleep in your arms, she said. Tyler did as she instructed. He sat near the headboard as he embraced the boy, to no avail. Maybe stand, Amy said, and the man complied. Dance, perhaps? He stared at her with his brows creased. Sway, like this. She moved her body. It will help him sleep faster. After a while, the man swayed with the boy in his arms, unaware Amy was filming him. She pressed her lips tightly to prevent herself from giggling. Time passed, and just as they thought it had worked, Sean laughed, startling them both. Why are you laughing? Can't you see I'm trying my hardest to put you to sleep?
I'm sorry, Uncle Tyler, the boy said. It's no use. I thought about you being a dad, and it was so funny.
The room fell silent. Then Amy burst into laughter. Tyler bit his lip. Stop laughing and do something, or else. Amy's mind filled in the blanks with, Brad will feed you to the crocodiles. Terror filled her for an instant, and then an idea struck her. Of course, milk, she said. I'll get some from downstairs. She halted as she grasped the doorknob and turned toward Tyler. No one's downstairs, right? Why don't we all go? Tyler sighed. Sean spoke as they walked down the stairs.
Auntie Amy, why are you such a scaredy cat when you're already a big lady?
Amy laughed. All pretty ladies are scaredy cats, don't you know? Even your mom was one once. The boy tilted his head, pondering her words. She's just kidding, Tyler said, and Amy puffed her cheeks.
But I think Auntie Amy is telling the truth,
Sean said.
My mommy is the most beautiful, but Auntie Amy is also beautiful. If you won't marry her, when I grow up, I will.
Episode 398, A Delayed Encounter. Back in the courtyard, Hailey and Brad panted as they lay on the grass, their fingers intertwined. They stared at the moon shining above them. The minuscule chances of meeting each other in the vast world they lived in astounded them. Fate had definitely played a part in bringing them together. Hailey raised her hand and gazed at the ring on her finger. "It's beautiful," she said. Brad caressed her cheeks, his eyes like sparkling crystals as he spoke.
But you're even more so,"
he replied. She grinned and rolled on top of him. "You really surprised me tonight, darling. When did you prepare it all? The fireflies too? I think my fiancé has superpowers and has called the goddess of fireflies to serve him." She pressed her forehead to his.
"I've got superpowers. I got them the day I met you,"
he replied. "When did you start spouting such cheesy nonsense?"
"It's not nonsense. I can do anything as long as I have you. That's a fact." He paused, sighing. "I started breeding the fireflies 5 years ago for tonight."
Tears welled in her eyes. "Darling, I'm so touched. Who knew you were so romantic? I love you so much." She kissed him, her heart exploding with joy. They rolled over as their kiss intensified. Hers was unrestrained, wild, and deep, as if she wanted to devour him. Brad thought he would lose his mind. Finally, he held her shoulders as he reluctantly pulled away. Both of them panted, trying to catch their breath. Hailey's gaze was too seductive for Brad to concentrate.
"I'm afraid you might catch a cold if we stay out here much longer,"
he said. Overwhelming desire engulfed him, but his voice was full of concern. He stood and helped her to her feet. Then he scooped her up in his arms and carried her like a princess toward the house. As they left, the fireflies reawakened and floated around them. "It feels like we're in Wonderland," she said. Brad spun around as he smiled, awakening more of the creatures. By the time they entered the living room, Hailey was expecting Brad to bring her to their room, that special room where they had spent their first night together. Instead, he walked toward the couch and gently put her down on it, surprising her. "Can we go to our room tonight?" she asked. Her eyes were twinkling with longing and desire that almost drove him mad. He rubbed his neck, biting his lip.
We can't. For now."
But Hailey yanked him toward her and kissed him hard again. He wrenched himself away from her.
"Hailey, I want to do everything properly this time around. Can you wait until our wedding night?"
Episode 399, Waiting Game. Hailey almost fainted in disbelief. She couldn't believe what he had said. "I initiated sex and he asked me to wait?" she thought, mortified. Yet she still found Brad's words to be cute and innocent. Looking at him, she realized how much the request had meant to him and that he was serious. But how long would his resolve last? He was clearly eager. I don't think I can wait anymore," she teased, biting her lip. His face flushed scarlet and he averted his gaze.
"But you won't have to wait too long. Promise."
She stifled a laugh. "He is really cute when he's like this," she thought. She stood and brushed her lips on his ear. "So, not right now then?" she asked. The sensation sent shivers down his spine. It was taking all of his self-control to restrain himself. He pulled away, holding her at arm's length.
Behave. I'll fulfill your every desire once I can call you my wife.
His voice was firm, yet his hands shook. Slowly, her tongue traced her lips, and he froze, mesmerized. Amy, she said to herself, you've taught me well. Then she laughed. The sound returned Brad to his senses. He shook his head and grabbed Hailey's hand, pulling her along with him.
Okay, let's go,
he said. Hailey blinked rapidly as she stared at him. Huh? Where to? Our room? Her eyes widened in anticipation.
To your family, he replied, his expression serious. I want to discuss the wedding plans now, so we can have our wedding as soon as possible.
She raised an eyebrow. How soon?
Tonight.
Episode 400. Now or later? Hailey was speechless. She stopped in her tracks, causing Brad to halt as well. She stared at him, dumbfounded, when she saw just how serious he was. He returned her gaze. When he saw her astonishment, he rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. After a few moments, he stared back at her.
Truth is, I can't wait anymore either,
he said, sighing.
I want to marry you now, so we can finally have our wedding night. I want to call you my wife again.
Hailey couldn't deny her impatience, especially now that everything was falling into its rightful place. Finally, she had experienced a romantic proposal, and she could now call him her fiancé. He was making up for past failures, and it filled her with joy. She grinned as she remembered the day when she had believed her life was over and that life was cruel to her. If I hadn't met Tyler on that road, if I hadn't accepted that contract out of desperation, what would my life look like now? Would I ever have met Brad at all? The second question was too unbearable to contemplate. That accidental encounter, that desperate situation, had brought her to him. They had endured a lot. She had experienced love, while simultaneously struggling with pain, sorrow, and separation. But those experiences had only made their bond tighter and their love unbreakable. Brad has restrained himself for so long, she thought. I shouldn't have tempted him. This is my fault. I don't want to ruin any other plans he has and rush things. She spoke. Darling, no, you were right. We should wait. He shook his head.
We've been patient enough. In fact, I surpassed the limits of my patience ages ago.
Then we can do it tomorrow. I don't want you to rush anything. I'm happy for you to go at your own pace.
This is my pace,
he replied. But why? You don't want it to be like this. I thought it would be important for you to stick to your original plan. He furrowed his brows.
Original plan?
Well, you didn't actually want to get married the same night you proposed to me, right? His shoulders slumped.
Sorry, I'm really hopeless. I said to do it properly, yet here I am, rushing like there's no tomorrow.
Hailey didn't have the heart to even reason with him anymore, and after hearing what he had said, her reservations dissipated. If Brad doesn't mind the rush, then why should I? She thought. After all, isn't this more exciting? Why wait when we both want to wed now? Okay, let's get married right away, she declared. Joy radiated from him. He lifted her up and twirled her around in the air.
Let's do that.
Episode 401. Don't make her wait. Brad didn't realize how loudly he had spoken. The two babysitters turned stalkers, hiding behind the couch, heard him and were shocked. Amy was still holding a camera, while Tyler held Sean.
What? Right away? Are you serious? Why the hell are you both acting like teenagers?
Tyler whispered. Amy started giggling. She felt like she was watching her favorite characters in a soap opera. Oh my God, I'm going to write this down and turn it into a book. How exciting. A wedding so soon after a proposal is cool. She was trying so hard to keep her voice down that she grabbed Tyler, squeezing and shaking him to release her emotions. Her grip on his t-shirt was so tight that she almost ripped it, and she was so excited that she forgot he was holding Sean. Tyler saw how startled Sean was, and he looked down at him with concern. You see how violent she is? Do you still want to marry someone like her? He asked. Sean looked at Amy. She looked back at him intently in anticipation of his answer. I don't mind, he said. Tyler's eyes widened, but Amy giggled with delight and hugged the boy. Aw, you really are the sweetest little guy. Please grow up quickly and marry me, she said playfully. Tyler flicked her forehead. Stop being silly, he said coldly. She made a face and started pinching his cheeks. To her surprise, he didn't stop her. Don't spoil the fun, you boring, heartless man, she said. She returned her attention to Brad and Hailey. That's it. That's how it's done. Good work, Brad the Great, she exclaimed. She fully supported him. Tyler was worried. This is too rushed. Who gets married that quickly? They just got engaged, he said. Amy scowled at him. What's the problem? They're engaged anyway, and they love each other to death, so there's no reason for them to wait. I think that your mighty brother is making the right decision. He's behaving like a real man, she retorted. You're praising another guy to your fiancé's face. Ouch, he said as he glared at her. He felt awful. What? I'm just stating the obvious, she replied, irritating him even more. What do you mean about him being a real man? He asked. She was shocked at how serious he sounded. When she looked back at him and saw how annoyed he was, she smirked. What's this, Mr. Beauty? Since when have you been interested in this kind of thing? Are you jealous? She asked, ignoring his question. He looked away and took a deep breath. When he turned back to her, the irritation was gone and his eyes were calm. They're gone. Let's go, he said. Amy felt frustrated, so she reached out and pinched his cheeks again, squeezing as hard as she could. Ouch, he cried as he tried to grab her wrist. She didn't stop. Stop, you're going to leave a bruise, he said. Amy pursed her lips and squeezed even harder. When she was satisfied, she stopped, stood up, and walked away, leaving Tyler rubbing his face in pain, and Sean blinking in confusion after witnessing their fight. Uncle Tyler, why aren't you and Auntie Amy married yet? He asked. Tyler froze for a moment. He looked down at the boy in his arms, and his eyes softened. We have our reasons, he said, with hints of sadness and pain in his eyes. Sean blinked again and looked at him intently, trying to read his expression. Uncle Tyler, he said, I want you and Auntie Amy to be happy too, just like my mom and dad. I can help you, he said in a comforting voice. Oh, so you're just flattering your auntie when you say you'll marry her, huh? Where did you learn that from? Tyler asked. I'm not just flattering her. I'll really marry her if you don't want to. Tyler felt like he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he looked at Sean. No, you can't. You're too young. You can't make her wait for you to grow up, he said firmly. I just don't want Auntie Amy to be lonely. And aren't you making her wait too? You got engaged a long time ago. Tyler froze. Episode 402. It's been a while. Sean's remark left Tyler speechless. He couldn't believe that a little boy's words could affect him so much. Why am I getting all riled up at the thought of him marrying Amy? He wondered. He flicked his own forehead when he realized how silly it was to get so worked up. But deep down, Sean's words had struck a chord. "You're right," he said. "It's bad of me to do that." His expression changed as he ruffled Sean's hair, and a pained smile spread across his face. "So don't be like your uncle," he said. "She's waited long enough, so we can't make her wait any longer." Before Sean could reply, Tyler picked him up and carried him out. "Time for bed. Your mom will be upset if she sees that you're still up," he said. "Okay. Good night, Uncle Tyler." "Good night." Hailey and Brad stepped outside and were ambushed by confetti and petals raining down on them. One by one, the men who were throwing them stepped forward, smiling happily. Hailey saw Ken and Alan come out first. They both offered their congratulations. "Boss, Miss Hailey, congratulations," they said in unison. "Thank you," she said with a smile that spread from ear to ear. She was surprised and delighted to see that the next person to step forward was Owen. She embraced him and ruffled his pink hair. "Owen, you're here," she said as she hugged him. He patted her back. "Congratulations. Big brother Brad called me this morning, so here I am," he said happily. She teared up, hugged him for a few more seconds, and then stepped back just as two more people approached. Her mouth dropped. "Leo? Wait, there are two Leos?" she exclaimed as she looked at the identical young men standing before her. One of them looked a bit shy. He stepped closer and bowed his head. "It's been a while. Congratulations, Miss Hailey. This is my twin brother," he said. Hailey recognized his voice as Leo's. She looked over at the other twin. "Hi, Miss Hailey. I'm Jared," he said. He looked energetic and outgoing. She smiled at him and then looked back at Leo. "You're so big now. I almost didn't recognize you," she said as she patted his head. Then she heard someone calling out to her. She looked up and gasped when she saw a man running toward her, with his arms wide open. "Miss Hailey, I've missed you so much," he cried. When Brad had left her, Leonard had stayed in touch with her. He had been her classmate and had become her closest male friend. She was delighted to see him running toward her, and she wanted to throw her arms around him. "Leonard!" she exclaimed. But just as they were about to embrace, someone stopped them. Brad had reached out and grabbed Leonard from behind. Hailey blinked in surprise when she saw the look on Brad's face. "Brad?" she said. Leonard looked like he was about to cry.
"Hailey, I'm sorry I lied before, but he's not gay,"
Brad said. Episode 403, Hiding in the Bushes. "I'm sorry, Miss Hailey. It was all a misunderstanding," Leonard said. Hailey laughed as she guessed why Brad had lied to her. Okay, I understand. Either way, Leonard's my friend, so, darling, you don't mind if I give him one little hug, do you?" she asked. Brad remained silent, but Leonard started ranting. "Boss, you're so heartless. What's wrong with me hugging Miss Hailey? I'm not going to try to steal her from you. It's just a hug. And it could really help ease the suffering that I endured because of you. Remember how you made me stay here just in case she came back? I felt like an old lady in the countryside, tending the flowers and fireflies. Can you imagine what this did to me? The loneliness I endured. And now all I want is one hug," he said. He ranted as though a dam had burst. "Wow, brother, you made it sound like you're the only one who did any work around here. Jared said.
"You've forgotten about Leo and me? We watered the garden before school every day and checked on the fireflies every night."
Leonard's expression darkened.
"At least you brats got to go to school and meet people. Meanwhile, I, the most beautiful man on the planet, 5 years of my life are gone."
Brad let go of him as he cried.
Okay, one quick hug. For 1 second.
Everyone froze in shock. Leonard said,
"You're so stingy. I gave you 5 years of my—"
Brad interrupted him.
5 seconds. Take it or leave it.
"What, do I get 1 second for each year of my devoted service?"
Leonard thought. Hailey wrapped her arms around him, and he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted. He had blamed himself for her disappearance. He had let his guard down and not protected her at the hospital. To make up for it, he had agreed to stay at Gray Mansion, just in case she returned.
"I'm so glad you're back safe and sound,"
he said as she patted his back. "Thank you for everything, Leonard," she said. 5 seconds later, he stepped away from her. He wasn't about to disobey his boss. He was happy enough just knowing that Hailey was okay.
"And now I'm free. Time to go find a girlfriend," he said.
While Leonard was celebrating his freedom, Amy appeared, running straight into Hailey's arms.
"Hailey, congratulations," she exclaimed, hugging her tightly.
"Thank you, Amy," she said. She wondered why everybody was behaving like the wedding was already over. Were they all eavesdropping? She wondered. She decided that it didn't matter since they were going to get married right away anyway.
"We enjoyed helping Brad prepare for this day, but he did most of the work. We just assisted,"
Amy said. Hailey looked surprised, so Amy pulled her closer and whispered in her ear.
"Actually, the twins and Owen were the ones who woke up all the fireflies when you got here. They were hiding like ninjas in the bushes," she said.
Hailey's eyes widened. In her mind, she saw a cute image of the 3 young men poking at the fireflies to wake them up. When she thought about it, she realized that it couldn't have been her footsteps on the path that had awakened them, since she had only passed through part of the courtyard. It made sense that someone else had been there. Then she remembered the passionate kissing, and she blushed.
"You mean they were there the whole time?"
she said softly. Amy understood her concern.
"Don't worry," she said. "Brad ordered them to keep their eyes closed."
"Do you know who took all those pictures?" "Was it Tyler?" Hailey asked.
"Yup, it was my nosy fiancé. I was surprised when he showed them to me."
"I'm glad he took them," Hailey said. "I should thank him."
Amy shook her head. "Don't worry about it. He might only have taken them because he was bored."
"Maybe, but I still want to thank him. They're precious memories, and I don't know how to repay him." They didn't notice that while they were discussing the photos, the photographer arrived. He still had Sean with him. He had fallen asleep in his arms when Tyler had tried to put him to bed. Ken tried to take him, but he refused to let go of Tyler even in his sleep. They didn't want to wake him up, so they let him stay. Tyler approached Brad, and when he saw his darkening expression, sweat formed on his forehead. He saw Amy and Hailey whispering to each other as they hugged, and he cringed. As expected, Brad immediately asked him to separate the 2 women.
"Tyler, take your fiancée away,"
he said.
"She's been monopolizing Hailey for 3 minutes now."
"Easy, they're best friends," Tyler replied.
"But look how close they are. Amy's practically kissing her cheek."
The others overheard Brad and suppressed their laughter at his jealousy. Episode 404, Late Arrivals. Tyler approached the women and reached out to Amy. "Come and help me put Sean to bed," he said. Amy pulled away from Hailey's embrace. She turned around and gasped when she saw Brad glaring at her. She jumped away from Hailey and hid behind Tyler. Hailey was surprised, but But when she saw Sean sleeping in Tyler's arms, she reached out for him. "It's okay. I'll take him," she said. Her voice woke him up. "Mommy," he said as Tyler handed him over. Brad announced that it was time to prepare for the wedding. Nobody was shocked anymore, but they still found it hard to believe that it was happening so quickly. A chopper arrived and Brad, Hailey, and Sean boarded it. The remaining crew shifted their gazes toward Tyler and Amy. "What about you two? Why don't you join them and have a double wedding?" Leonard asked. The three younger men looked at the couple eagerly. Amy looked at Tyler, but he grabbed her arm and led her away toward the car. "Let's go. We still have a lot to do," he said. She scowled as she walked away with him. Leonard sighed as he watched them go. The party at the Markle mansion was almost over. It had lasted for several hours. The older attendees had discussed their affairs, while everyone else had enjoyed the lavish banquet. Hailey had been a hot topic at the banquet. Since she had left so early, everyone had criticized her. She'd been gone for 3 hours, but the women were still talking about how much nerve she had had to leave right after she had introduced herself. "Who does she think she is? That was so disrespectful. I should send someone to spy on her. I'll bet she's so poor that she decided to use the family's name to her own advantage. Probably. With that face of hers, she must have a lot of sugar daddies." "I want to know about her mom, too. I'll bet she looks really old now. She gave up the life of a princess." "Right. She probably regrets everything." "After the banquet, I'm going to ask someone to investigate it." "I can't wait to find out." "It'll be big news. The downfall of a princess? Or maybe the prodigal daughter's return." "That's funny. It would be a great topic for a documentary." As the women chatted, Mr. Markle walked onto the stage to end the party. It was almost midnight, and it was time for the banquet to end. Everyone waited for him to speak, but he hesitated as he gazed at the huge doors at the back. He looked so surprised that everyone else turned around. The entire hall fell silent as they looked at the three people who had just arrived. Episode 405. What's he doing here? Chatter filled the room. "Oh my god, that's Hailey, but who is the man with her?" "Wait, isn't that... Oh my god, that's Kevin Clark from New York." "What? Kevin Clark? The mighty god of business?" "Yes, it's him. He's not in the news very often, but that perfect face and body are unmistakable. It's really him." "But what's he doing here? Why is he with Hailey?" "I can't believe I'm seeing him in person." "But with Hailey? And look at the kid. He is adorable. He looks like a miniature Mr. Clark. Wait, is he the rumored prince?" "Obviously, he looks just like him." "But he also kind of looks like Hailey." "Wait, don't tell me he's..." Everyone gasped in shock. The women who had been criticizing Hailey just a few minutes earlier looked like their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. They stared in wonder and disbelief. Kevin Clark, the god of business, hadn't even appeared at the president's banquet. But there he was, walking across the hall with Hailey. Everyone, even the older attendees, stood up. Many of the older guests were business people who knew who Kevin Clark was. They were eager to meet him because anyone who had ever managed to create a business relationship with him had prospered. They were honored to be in the same room as him. Mr. Markle stood rooted to the spot. Nobody else had moved either. Everyone seemed to feel that they were mere mortals, not worthy of approaching the business god, so nobody welcomed the newcomers. When Hailey and her companions reached the front of the hall, Mrs. Markle approached them.
Hailey, sweetie, you didn't tell us you would be coming back so soon, she said.
Hailey apologized.
I am sorry, Grandma. I went back to get these two so they could finally meet my family.
Everyone, including her grandmother, gasped.
Grandma? Grandpa? Everyone meet Kevin Clark and our son, she said.
Everyone fell into a daze for a moment. Even the Markles were stunned into silence. Mr. Markle walked toward his granddaughter.
My sweet Hailey, you've shocked us all,
he said as he reached out to shake Brad's hand.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Clark. Shocked, but pleased,
he continued. Brad took his hand and bowed his head as a sign of respect, which made everyone gasp again in surprise.
It's my pleasure,
Brad said, and Mr. Markle forgot what he had wanted to say. He sensed Brad's extraordinary aura and thought that it was stronger than the auras of all the kings he had met. While he regained his composure, a little voice called out to him.
Hello, great-grandfather. My name is Sean.
When Mr. Markle heard how Sean had addressed him, his knees weakened and he knelt down in front of him.
You're my great-grandson?
He asked in disbelief as he raised his eyes to Hailey. He could see how much Sean resembled both of his parents, but he still wanted confirmation. Hailey nodded.
Yes, Grandpa.
He's our son. Mr. Markle looked like he wanted to cry. He gazed down at his great-grandson's face and spread his arms.
Can you give your old great-grandfather a hug?
He asked. Sean wrapped his arms around Mr. Markle, whose heart melted.
He's adorable and so well-mannered,
he thought. Mrs. Markle knelt down beside them.
Me too, she said.
The three of them wrapped their arms around each other. Hailey smiled at Brad, and he squeezed her hand. Episode 406. But are they married? As her grandparents hugged Sean, Hailey felt like everything was right with the world. Her family was back in her life, and she also had Brad and Sean. She squeezed Brad's hand and smiled. Brad was so happy that he pulled Hailey into an intimate embrace. The crowd, stunned by Hailey's introduction and his public display of affection, started chattering again. Did you hear that? Oh my God! Hailey is the mother of Kevin Clark's son. Is this really happening? But I heard that the mother was dead. She never appeared in public. Were you even listening? Yeah, didn't you hear what she said? Hailey introduced him as her son. Oh my God. So the reason that she didn't return sooner is because she was with him. What a surprise. Who would have thought that our little princess is with the mighty Kevin Clark? Yeah, this will stun everyone here and in New York. But what exactly is their relationship? She's with him, but are they married? That definitely would have been front page news, but I don't remember hearing about it. Everyone was surprised, and a few of them were happy, but there were also bitter insults that revealed jealousy. Since we haven't heard anything about him getting married, does that mean that she had her child out of wedlock? Well, she didn't introduce him as her husband. And look at his hand. If they're married, where's his ring? Do you think Mr. Clark would even want to marry her? Maybe he doesn't love her. Why else has he stayed single this whole time? I mean, their son's already 5 years old. Maybe she's his secret lover. I heard that rich men like to have them. Sounds right. If he were planning on settling down, he would have done so by now. Oh my God. So she's basically been a mistress for 5 years?
How embarrassing. The Markle's precious granddaughter is just a rich man's mistress. That's unacceptable. Yeah, should she really have come back? The barbed comments were interrupted as Brad approached the Markles.
Mr. and Mrs. Markle, there's something I need to tell you,
he said. Everyone fell silent. The mighty Kevin Clark had spoken, and all eyes turned to him. They waited eagerly for him to continue. Brad took Hailey's hand and faced his future grandparents-in-law. They could see the sincerity in his eyes.
I would like to marry your granddaughter,
he said politely. Everyone gasped. Episode 407, Not Just a Rumor. The entire hall went silent, and everyone who had been gossiping stared in shock. They wondered if that was why Hailey had returned, and why Kevin Clark had appeared at the banquet. Then the doors opened again, and an elderly man entered. His footsteps drew the crowd's attention away from Brad and Hailey. The crowd recognized him immediately. It had been years since the monarchy had reigned in Talavancha. But while he had ruled, he had been in the public eye constantly. The elderly man walking across the hall was the last king of Talavancha. Even Mr. Markle was stunned. Sean broke the silence. Great Grandpa, over here, he said, awakening everyone from their dazed silence. The arrival of the king had shocked them enough, but Sean's words were incredible. They started chattering again. That's the king!
Why is he here? Why did Hailey's son call him great-grandfather? Wait, is Kevin Clark the king's grandson?
Oh my god, no way. So the god of the business world is our mysterious prince whose existence was never confirmed? So he does exist.
That's the only explanation that makes any sense.
Oh my god, I thought it was just a rumor. Everyone did. Even in Talavancha, everyone thought that the king had abolished the monarchy because he didn't have an heir. There have been so many surprises tonight. I can't process them all at once. While everyone was whispering to each other, Mr. Markle approached the king, and the two men faced each other.
Your Majesty, you really caught me by surprise,
he said. The former king laughed gracefully. Wonderful. That was my plan.
You haven't lost your sense of humor, sire.
Mr. Markle laughed with him. They seemed like best friends who had met again after being separated for several years. I'm a former king now, so please drop the formalities. No need to call me sire. I'm just Anderson Lopez now, and I'm here to accompany my grandson, Mr. Lopez said, confirming everyone's guesses.
Do you mean that Mr. Clark is the prince?
Mr. Markle asked. Mr. Lopez looked amused. Yes, he's my flesh and blood. I'm sorry I hid it from everyone, but I had reason to. Everyone stared at Brad again. Episode 408, Everything is Ready. The crowd stared in wonder at the royal family. The Markles had been the strongest and most loyal allies, and everyone was delighted to see them reunited with the king's family. They started chattering again. So that perfect man is our prince? And his son too? Someone told me that the royals were almost extinct, and that King Anderson was the last one. But here they are, still going strong. And Hailey gave birth to a prince. The Markles are definitely worthy of that honor. Mr. Markle said,
I am shocked and delighted. I'm glad I was able to see the prince while I'm still alive. I can rest easy now, knowing that the royal bloodline will continue.
Mr. Lopez saw how emotional he was and reached out to console him. He knew how much his old friend and ally had been hurt by the news of Princess Riley's death.
Everything's okay now. Everything is falling into place. I was surprised too. I didn't know that my future granddaughter-in-law was your granddaughter. Fate has been kind to us, and our paths will always meet.
Everyone in the hall teared up. None of them could have imagined that Hailey would rise to such heights since her mother had left the family. They agreed that it was the work of fate. After formally introducing Brad to the rest of the Markles, Mr. Markle led the royal family to a private room to discuss the wedding.
When will it take place?
Mr. Lopez asked. Everyone turned to Brad and Hailey. Brad looked so serious that nobody else had dared to ask.
No,
he said. Everyone except Hailey froze in shock. Even Mrs. Markle, who had been rocking Sean in her arms, stopped moving. They wondered if they had heard Brad correctly, but they were still too nervous to speak. Mr. Lopez spoke up again.
Did you just say that you want the wedding to happen now?
Brad looked determined.
yes,
He said firmly. One of the Markles choked and coughed, and even Mr. Lopez was stunned.
My grandson is as hard-headed as ever,
he thought.
Brad, don't you think you're rushing things? You're not seriously thinking about getting married right this minute, are you?
He asked as he glanced at his watch.
It's after midnight.
I'm serious. I want to do it right now,
he replied. He looked like he was in complete control of everything. After a minute of stunned silence, Mr. Lopez cleared his throat. He knew that nobody could stop his grandson once he had decided to do something, no matter how crazy it seemed. But he was worried.
Have you discussed this with Hailey? Does she agree with you?
He asked.
Yes.
The Markles sensed that there was no point discussing the issue, since Brad and Hailey had already made up their minds. But Mr. Lopez tried again.
I don't know why you're in such a rush to do it right now. Weddings need a lot of preparation, and who would do it right now anyway? Who would perform the ceremony? Why not tomorrow or another day?
Brad was unfazed.
We've already decided to do it now. Everything is ready.
Even Hailey looked shocked. Episode 409, Preparations. Mr. Lopez was astounded. He had always had a hard time understanding Brad.
What do you mean? Have you talked to Hailey's mother?
He asked.
I talked to her before I came here. She gave me her blessing,
Brad said. Everyone looked stunned. Hailey understood their reaction since she too had been surprised when Brad had told her that he had already spoken to her mother. His grandfather tried again.
Of course she did. But what about the wedding dress? Hailey should at least get her own custom dress.
Don't worry about that. She chose her wedding dress a few minutes ago,
Brad said. Mr. Lopez remembered how depressed his grandson had been at home and wondered when he had had the time to prepare everything.
How could she have chosen a dress already?
He wondered. Once again, Hailey understood the Markle's shock. She had also been shocked when Brad had taken her to a large room to look at dresses. He had spent 5 years finding the world's best designers, so she had had 20 custom gowns to choose from, all of them made by internationally renowned designers who seemed to know her preferences. They had all been beautiful, and she had liked all of them. One had caught her eye, and when she had told Brad how much she adored it, he had said that it was his favorite too. When the designer had made it, it had reminded him of her.
But what about your wedding rings?
Mr. Lopez asked.
You need a world-class designer for customized rings.
Done,
Brad said.
I asked some designers to make rings a few years ago. We just chose our rings a few minutes ago.
The Markles grew more shocked after each question, but Mr. Lopez kept going.
What about the venue? Where can we go in the middle of the night? And you need someone who is legally qualified to marry you," he said.
Brad looked at his grandfather for several seconds and then said,
"Grandfather, I want to speak with you and Mr. Markle in private."
The two elderly men got up, and Brad pressed Hailey's hand.
"I'll be right back."
She smiled at him. She was curious, but she assumed that he wanted to surprise her again, so she let him go without saying anything. They both wanted to get married as quickly as possible. She watched the three of them as they talked at the far end of the room. Brad had his back to her, so she couldn't see his face, but she knew that he was planning something. The thought delighted her. She looked away just as both grandfathers' eyes opened in shocked disbelief. They stared at Brad in silence, and then resigned themselves to going along with him. Mr. Lopez sighed, but his eyes softened as he gazed with pride at his grandson. He was used to Brad's behavior and knew what he was capable of, so he stopped worrying. Mr. Markle, on the other hand, still looked dumbfounded. He looked at Brad with reverence and thought,
"He really is. There are no words to describe him."
Their discussion ended, and Mr. Lopez announced that they would be preparing for an immediate wedding ceremony. Mrs. Markle, who was still rocking Sean, froze again. Episode 410. Let's wait. Brad needed to get a marriage license before the ceremony could happen, so he grabbed his phone and made a call.
"This is Kevin Clark," he said. "I need you to open the courthouse right now so I can get a marriage license. I'll be there in 5 minutes."
He hung up, certain that the courthouse would be open by the time they arrived. He made another quick call to Tyler, and then took Hailey's hand and led her outside to the chopper. They boarded and headed to the courthouse. They landed on the roof 5 minutes later and could see that the lights had been switched on. Brad knew that he could have sent someone to pick up the license, but he wanted to do things properly that time. He wanted to be there himself, like he should have been the first time. He helped Hailey out of the chopper and escorted her into the building. A clerk had already started preparing the license for them, and she handed it to them without a word. She looked like she was afraid to speak, and she didn't want to make any mistakes that would impact the great Kevin Clark. Brad sighed and felt relieved. He was so close to being able to call Hailey his wife again. He looked at her, and he could sense her excitement. They smiled at each other, each of them thinking that when they grew old, they would look back on that night and laugh with delight. They went back to the roof and boarded the chopper again. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. He wrapped his arms around her and said, "Let's take a nap." She smiled. "I slept for hours yesterday on my trip, so I'm fine. Haven't you slept?" He caressed her hair and said,
I slept too, but it's time for a nap."
She smiled again, but instead of closing her eyes, she looked up at him. "Kiss me," she said. Brad was surprised. He reached out, caressed her face, then wrapped his arms around her again. She closed her eyes and waited for his kiss, but several seconds went by without his lips touching hers. She opened her eyes, and when she saw that he was just looking at her, she turned red. She wondered if he was teasing her and was about to kiss him when he tightened his grip, burying her face in his chest.
"Not now. Let's wait until after the wedding,"
he said. Hailey was shocked. What? He's always asking for kisses, she thought. Episode 411, Kiss and Make Up. Hailey couldn't believe what Brad had just said. Was he serious? Is he doing this on purpose or something? Why do I feel like he's suddenly playing hard to get? She wondered. She thought that perhaps he was just teasing her. She felt like he was punishing her. First by rejecting her request to spend the night with him, and now he was even rejecting her request for a kiss? Was he trying to get back at her for leaving yesterday? She frowned as she lifted her head again. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him and slipped her hands around his neck. "Darling, if you don't want to kiss me, then I'll kiss you," she said. She was about to kiss him hard when he suddenly put his finger on her lips, stopping her, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief.
Darling, I'm sorry, but it's dangerous,
he said. Hailey frowned. "Huh? Why?" she asked. Brad bit his lip before he answered.
If you kiss me now, I might lose control again. And if that happens, I'm afraid our pilot might get distracted,
he replied. Hailey blushed. "You're right." "Sorry," was all she could utter as she laughed awkwardly. He pulled her closer, and his lips landed on her forehead.
Let's wait a bit longer. Just a little bit longer,
he said. She laid her head on his chest and closed her eyes. Finally, the pilot announced that they were about to land. Hailey, whose face was buried in Brad's chest, slowly opened her eyes as he held her still, not letting her lift her head. Confused, she was about to ask why, but he spoke first.
Hailey, is it all right with you if I blindfold you?
He asked. She blinked as questions flashed across her mind, but she soon realized that he might have a surprise for her. So without asking any questions, she nodded. "Of course," she replied. He slipped his hand into his pocket and brought out the red blindfold. When she saw it, she smiled, feeling nostalgic as she remembered the good old days. She closed her eyes, and he carefully put the blindfold over her eyes. He stared at her for a while before he took her in his arms again, kissing her forehead. She was suddenly feeling excited about what it was that he had in store for her this time. The helicopter landed on the roof of a building. Brad picked up the blindfolded Hailey and carried her to a room. When he put her down and removed her blindfold, Hailey was surprised to see Amy there.
Okay, I'm leaving you here,
he said before kissing her on the cheek. She murmured as his warm palm caressed her cheek, before he turned his back and left. The door closed and Hailey immediately turned to Amy. "Amy, where are we?" she asked, but the other woman just raised an eyebrow as she pulled her closer. "My dear Hailey, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you," she said, as she pulled her toward another room. To Hailey's surprise, the room they entered was a huge salon-style space, and a renowned makeup artist was there waiting for her. "Now come in so we can finally get started," Amy said, her eyes brimming with excitement. At a building just a short distance away from the one Hailey was in, people were arriving one after another. Helicopters were landing on the rooftop, each taking off again quickly to allow the next to take its place. It was a very meticulous operation. There was also a military helicopter among the arrivals. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, but the moon was still shining brightly. Meanwhile, Tyler was doing Brad's hair, taking it very seriously. "Are you sure you don't need a beautician?" he asked. Brad just glanced at him blankly.
What could a beautician do to make my hair look better?
He asked. The serious Tyler raised an eyebrow. How cocky. But you're right. With our handsome, mysterious looks, neither of us needs a beautician. They would probably just ruin our image, he replied, laughing. Brad just glared at him.
Get serious,
he said firmly, but Tyler just continued to smile. Easy. You know how awesome I am? I'm an expert with things like this. I could do this perfectly, even with my eyes closed. He was simply having fun, but Brad still seemed to be very tense, and it made Tyler laugh again. Brad, will you relax? Why are you so tense? He playfully asked. But Brad continued to frown. Shut up. I told you, just relax, okay?
I can't seem to calm down. I think I'm getting too excited.
Oh, so you're nervous. Brad, do you want some advice from this good little brother of yours?
What?
I heard the best way for grooms to get over their pre-wedding jitters is to sing out loud. Why don't you try it? Brad just stared at him blankly. I wonder if he can even sing, Tyler thought. Out loud, he cajoled. Come on, give it a try. Episode 412, Your Carriage Awaits. In what seemed like no time at all, Hailey and Amy had finished getting ready. Amy had her instructions that, once they were done, she was to call Tyler to let him know, and then await further instructions. Amy went and made the call while Hailey looked at herself in the mirror. She almost didn't recognize herself. She studied this stranger staring back at her, and was shocked at what she saw. She was reaching out to touch the mirror when Amy came back into the room and startled her. Amy had received her next instruction, which was to bring Hailey to the venue. Everything seemed to be in place, and all that was left was the ceremony. Amy escorted Hailey to the car waiting downstairs to take them to their destination. The car's windows were once again purposely covered so she couldn't see a thing outside the vehicle. Hailey, you're so beautiful. The most dazzling bride I've ever seen, Amy said as the car slowly set off. Thank you. Amy, thank you so much for everything. You don't know how grateful I am to have a best friend like you. There's not a better friend in the whole world, Hailey replied, and they hugged. Back at you, my dear. I will be your friend forever. When the car finally came to a stop, Amy told Hailey to close her eyes. She couldn't put the blindfold back on, of course, or her makeup would be ruined. She also asked her to put earphones in, which amused Hailey. What are they up to? She thought. But she dutifully followed Amy's instructions, so that she wouldn't spoil whatever surprises Brad had prepared for her this time. Amy escorted Hailey away from the car, and, after a few moments, she finally told her to open her eyes. Hailey stood there as Amy removed the earphones. Her eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. Her mouth hung open in shock as she saw what was in front of her. She gasped, and her heart was immediately enveloped with overflowing emotions. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. She was stunned that Brad had arranged for their wedding to be held on a beach. The entire place was decorated in a white motif, making the whole thing look like a dream. The vast expanse of the ocean was splashing softly behind the altar. The flowers that Hailey had given to Brad during her confession were on display everywhere, and everything was just so breathtakingly beautiful. Hailey stood there, rooted to the spot. Your groom actually asked me years ago about your dream wedding, and I remembered you telling me back then where you wanted to have a wedding with your beloved. So I told him, Amy said. Hailey couldn't find the words to express how thankful she was for all these people who loved her this much. Okay, don't get emotional here, my dear. Your beloved is already waiting, Amy added. Hailey nodded. Amy took off her own shoes and then Hailey's as they stood and waited for their cue. There were not many people at the venue, as Brad had only invited the most important people in their lives. His family were all gathered around, as well as Hailey's. Even Reginald had been invited, signifying Brad's forgiveness and acceptance of this side of his family. In addition to family members, Hailey's Special Forces team were actually there, lurking secretly to attend the wedding of their dearest genius former member. When they saw the bride appear, everyone gasped. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that their jaws dropped in awe. Her face was luminescent. She was only wearing a thin layer of makeup, as she already had a perfect complexion. Her face resembled a goddess's beauty, unmatched by anyone else in the world. Not even supermodels and actresses with whole teams of people to maintain their image could compare to her beauty. Their gazes were also captured by the magnificent necklace that hung around her neck. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made for her. The chain was made up of small, sparkling diamonds, and where they met in the middle was a much larger, flawless diamond. Everyone knew that this necklace was the legendary heirloom every queen of Talavansha had worn through the generations. It was also the one that Brad's mother had worn at her wedding, and so he had wanted Hailey to carry on the tradition in memory of his mother. The spectacle was enhanced even further by the dress that Hailey was wearing, and some of the guests let out soft gasps as they looked at her. They were speechless as they took in the breathtaking gown. Although it had a simple design, it was absolutely a masterpiece, exquisitely designed in every way. The off-the-shoulder bodice was made from the softest silken lace. The long lace sleeves had very intricate designs woven into them, which were also mirrored in the perfectly fitted bodice. A white bow separated the bodice from the bottom of the dress, which was made of silk and flowed down like a graceful waterfall around her. The dress rippled at her every move. She looked like a fairy tale princess. Brad's princess. Episode 413, Sun-Kissed. When Brad saw Hailey, his reaction was the most priceless of them all. He thought he had already prepared himself for the sight of her in a wedding dress, because he had seen her in that white dress hours ago, when she had tried it on. He had thought then that she was the most beautiful sight that he would ever see, but he had been completely wrong. Seeing her at her fitting didn't even hold a candle to how he felt at that moment as he watched his bride slowly walking toward him like a floating goddess. He could hear his heart palpitating, and Hailey was slowly taking his breath away. The way she looked couldn't be explained with words. His eyes were so focused on her that he almost forgot to blink. He looked like he was engraving this vision, this moment, in his heart and soul. This would be the best day of his life. Slowly, Hailey was led by her mother and grandfather toward the altar. Sean was the most adorable ring bearer, stealing the hearts of all the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to celebrate this wonderful occasion of joining Brad and Hailey in holy matrimony, the celebrant recited. As the ceremony went on, the guests smiled, and a few even shed some tears at the magical moment that was taking place. Soon, it was finally time for them to exchange their vows. Hailey, do you take Brad to be your lawful wedded husband, to have and to hold, for better or for worse, for as long as you both shall live? I do, Hailey replied without hesitation.
Brad, do you take Hailey to be your lawful wedded wife, to have and to hold, for better or for worse, for as long as you both shall live?
I do,
Brad said quickly, as if he was afraid Hailey might change her mind.
With the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Brad, you may kiss the bride.
He gazed lovingly at her before slowly moving in, and as soon as his lips touched hers, a ray of orange peeked from behind them as the sun started slowly rising on the horizon, spreading its light and warmth magnificently, as though the universe had timed it perfectly. A new dawn came right as they sealed their love with a kiss, signifying a new beginning. It seemed as even the sun itself was giving them its blessing. As the couple kissed, everyone was almost in tears at this magnificent and breathtaking moment. The rising sun and the couple kissing in the altar were like a spectacular, magical painting. This was just the most perfect sunrise wedding anyone had ever seen. The couple's overflowing love and happiness were like a potion that was warming everyone's hearts. As if they were passing on their overflowing emotions. They could just feel without a doubt that these two were perfectly made for each other, and everyone was very happy for them. When their lips parted, Brad held Hailey's face and placed his forehead against hers. His gaze was filled with nothing but bliss. At last, they were married. Despite how much suffering, sadness, and pain the world had thrown at them, they were able to find their happiness because they had never given up on their love. "My wife, I love you so much," he said softly. When she noticed the tears welling in his eyes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again. "My darling husband, I love you too, forever and ever." Episode 414, Baby Monsters. After the reception, Brad carried Hailey in his arms as they headed toward the special place he had prepared for them. On the way, she spoke as she lovingly gazed at her dearest husband. "Brad, it's still morning. Are we going to go and take a rest?" she asked. He stopped and looked into her eyes. "For us, it won't be a wedding night, but a wedding morning," he replied. She blinked in surprise. "But aren't you tired now? You've been working so hard," she said. Even though they had slept during their trip yesterday, preparing the proposal and the wedding would have made anyone tired. "My beloved wife, you're belittling your husband's stamina. Don't worry, I will remind you how long I can last," he replied with a straight face. Hailey almost choked. Her face immediately flushed red as she remembered their first night together. How could she forget that her husband was a monster in bed? When they finally entered their room, he gently put her down on the bed, and before she could speak, his lips were already on hers. His kiss was as deep and passionate as ever. "My darling wife, let's make up for the last 5 years," he said, with intense desire brimming in his eyes. It was as if the feelings he had been suppressing all this time had finally been unleashed. Hailey didn't say a word in response, just smiled. She would give her everything to him. He did everything to make her happy. He was the man who gave her hope, the one who saved her, the one who made her life worth living. He was the man who made her world so beautiful, and there was nothing else in the world she could ask for. Nothing. She touched his face, her eyes full of pure and complete submission. "Brad, I am all yours," she said. A beautiful and seductive smile appeared on her face. "You are mine, only mine," he replied and kissed her hard again. As their kiss intensified and their bodies began to burn, she reached out to start taking off his clothes, but he took hold of her wrists and held them down. "My darling wife, it was you who made the first move during our first night, so let me do all of the work this time," he said, and she blushed again. He then took off his own clothes as she watched him, blushing, until his perfectly chiseled abs appeared, making her almost salivate at his godly physique. When they had been together 5 years ago, the lights were off, so Hailey could hardly see a thing in the darkened room. But this time, everything was lit with a soft, romantic light. Brad leaned in and kissed her again. He passionately kissed her eyes, nose, and lips. Surprisingly, he didn't rush. He moved slowly, teasing her. He continued kissing her body as he removed her clothes piece by piece, driving her crazy. Her breathing turned shallow, and her heart started thumping loudly in her ears. She grasped his hair with her hands and clenched it. Once she got her breath back, he kissed her passionately again. She felt like her world was about to explode. He couldn't wait any longer, but despite the intensity of his desire, he still put her pleasure before his own. It was some time later before Brad finally reached his limit. Despite it all, he was indeed still a monster. How could this previously innocent little Brad be so different in bed? He scooped the exhausted Hailey up in his arms. His eyes traveled along her soft and perfect body, and even though he already knew what he would see, he was still troubled by the awful marks he had made. "I'm sorry. I couldn't restrain myself again," he said weakly. Hailey just smiled. "It's all right. You've been waiting for more than 5 years.
My darling wife, I want to make more babies with you."
"Babies? How many do you want? 2?
5.
She was speechless. Episode 415, Happily Ever After. A few days later, the award ceremony Hailey had been invited to had finally arrived. She had received the highest and most prestigious accolade, and everyone in the nation was shocked to see that a young woman, and not an old scientist, was the one who would be receiving this legendary award that was only given once a decade. Everyone was skeptical, but when it was revealed that this young woman was the mind behind not only one, but several of the most impressive recent inventions in the world, the critics were forced to shut their mouths and accept the truth. However, the most shocking thing was that the person who escorted her to the award ceremony was none other than another legendary figure, Kevin Clark. By the time the ceremony was over, Hailey's name had become known to the world. But the best part was yet to come. When Hailey and Brad left the ceremony together, the media went berserk. Despite their fear of this legendary king, someone brave enough to sacrifice his soul went up to try and interview them. He was stopped by a bodyguard before he could even get close to them. "Mr. Clark, what is your relationship with Miss Moore?" the man shouted. Brad halted before opening the door of the luxurious car. He turned to the brave reporter and signaled to his bodyguard to let him go.
"Make sure you take a good photo,"
Brad said, grasping Hailey's hand. He raised their hands, showing the reporter their matching wedding rings as he continued.
"This woman is my one and only beloved wife."
As soon as those words left Brad's mouth, a standstill occurred. But the next moment, countless camera flashes flooded the entire scene as the couple got into their car together and left. A truly explosive piece of news had been dropped on the whole of New York City. What? He's married? Oh my God. His wife is a goddess. Who is she? She's so damn beautiful. I can't even find a single imperfection. That's right. But hey, who else would he marry other than a perfect beauty, right? Are you guys sure this woman is worthy of him? Idiot! Didn't you see on TV that she was the legendary youngest awardee of the National Treasure Award? She's a rich and successful genius. She's a badass too. Someone's just dug up that she's a former Special Forces member. Can you believe that? Oh my God, how come I didn't know about her before? Because you're so focused on your idols. But I heard Kevin Clark is really a prince of Talavantia. I personally think he must be worthy of a princess. The news hasn't reached our country yet, but Hailey is actually a noble lady too, a princess of the Markle family. What? When the news and information about the two appeared in every media outlet, people who had been finding flaws in Hailey were all dumbfounded, and no one was able to badmouth her anymore. They also found out that she had given birth to Brad's son, but people accepted that no one was more suitable for Brad than her. Hailey and Brad's names were constantly on everyone's lips, as if they were the king and queen. Despite the couple trying to stay as low-key as ever publicly, they were widely recognized as a perfect match made in heaven. Hailey and Brad's married life was nothing but perfect. They were happy together with their little bundle of joy, Sean, and their families and friends. They couldn't ask for anything more. The life they had dreamed about was now a reality. They were now a perfect, happy family, bonded by a strong love and devotion. However, there was still one obstacle to the Clark family being absolutely perfect, and that was Tyler and Amy's relationship. Episode 416, Just Between You and Me. A month later, Sean and Tyler were training in the courtyard. Tyler had actually volunteered to teach Sean the basics of martial art to help him get stronger.
Uncle Tyler, why is Auntie Amy not visiting us anymore?
Sean asked when they took a break. Tyler, who was passing Sean a towel to wipe off the sweat from their workout, paused and looked at the kid for a long moment before answering. "She's busy. Don't worry, she'll visit you once she's free," he replied, but the little guy seemed to be unsatisfied with his answer.
Uncle, why don't you invite her to visit? And why are you staying here by yourself? I mean, I'm okay with Big Brother Leonard teaching me and looking out for me, so you don't have to stay here,
he said. Tyler narrowed his eyes and flicked Sean's forehead. "What? Are you saying you want Leonard more than me? Have you forgotten that I'm the one who's been babysitting you ever since you were born?"
It's not like that. Uncle, you're my third most favorite person in the world. I want you to teach me how to fight, but...
Hearing the sweet little guy say that, Tyler's expression became gentle. But at the kid's next words, he was struck speechless.
But I think I've just got tired of your face now. You've been with me every day in the house and in school. I think you spend all of your time with me. I mean, look, aren't you jealous of Mommy and Daddy? And don't you miss Auntie too? You don't have to worry about my safety because I'm a big boy now. And I can just ask you to teach me once I'm a bit older. So, what I'm saying is, go and visit Auntie and bring her home.
Tyler was speechless for quite a while. He couldn't believe that the little guy was talking to him like this. He was just so like his father that Tyler could only flick his forehead again before he stood and tousled his hair. "You told me I'm your third most favorite person, but you're tired of my face? Sean, are you kidding me?" he replied, purposely dodging the main issue. Sean puffed his cheeks.
Uncle, I know you know what I meant when I said that,
the little guy retorted, but Tyler just dropped a towel over Sean's head, covering his face. "Let's go," Tyler said as he started walking away, making the little guy even more frustrated.
Uncle, you're so stubborn,
he yelled before he ran past Tyler, looking mad as he entered the house. Tyler simply stood outside with an indifferent expression, looking at the door Sean had gone through. He clenched the towel in his hand and was about to move when he felt Brad's presence.
It's unusual for Sean to get mad at you. What did you do?
Brad asked as soon as he stepped out of the door. Tyler replied casually, "It's nothing. He's just throwing a tantrum. So, what are you doing here?" Brad leaned on the doorframe, observing Tyler.
Dr. Steven called me,
he said. Tyler sighed. "That damn old man, even though I threatened him," he muttered to himself. Brad glared at him.
I'm going with you today.
"You don't have to, Brad. I'm not a kid."
Shut up and let's get going.
"You're stubborn." After his appointment at the hospital, Tyler was changing back into his casual clothes as Brad was speaking very seriously with the doctor. Brad's face slowly darkened as the doctor thoroughly explained the situation. He didn't like the news he was hearing at all. He had expected something like this would happen, but he had never thought it would be so soon. His eyes were brimming with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. After the doctor left, Tyler stood up and nonchalantly cracked his neck before turning to Brad. "Off we go then," he said. He seemed to already be back to his usual jolly, happy-go-lucky self, as if there was nothing wrong at all. Seeing how carefree he was, Brad glared at him, his face turning even more serious. "Stop glaring at me. Didn't I tell you not to come? You're treating me like a kid, Brad."
Tyler, how long are you planning on hiding this from her?
Brad asked with a firm and serious tone. Tyler fell silent, his brow furrowed as if he were trying to find the solution to a really complicated puzzle. After a while, he eventually looked up, looking like he had just figured out the answer, although this was already what he had decided a long time ago. "Brad, my one and only request is still the same. Don't tell anyone about this. I just want this to stay between you and me," he said with a firm tone, his eyes reflecting his unbreakable resolve. But Brad continued to frown as he looked back at him. Episode 417. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Amy was hosting a birthday party. It was a lavish affair. She was wearing a long, off-the-shoulder, bright red dress that hugged her sexy figure, and lipstick to match. For jewelry, she had chosen a simple diamond necklace and bracelet that sparkled under the light. If there was such a thing as goddess of seduction, then Amy was surely a true reflection of her. The guest list for her birthday party was very long, as she had made so many connections from being a successful author and bookstore owner. She had also reluctantly invited her family, thinking that they would reject her invitation. But to her surprise, they had actually turned up. She mingled with guests, laughing and talking about this and that, but she couldn't stop her eyes from drifting toward the entrance, or checking the clock every few minutes. "Don't worry so much. He'll be here." Amy smiled at hearing Hailey's soft words of reassurance. Her best friend had obviously noticed her not-so-subtle actions and realized she needed a reminder to stop worrying. After all, it was Amy's birthday, and Hailey just wanted her to be happy. "Come on, Tyler, where are you?" Hailey thought, knowing Amy wouldn't truly relax and enjoy the party until he arrived. Eventually, the time came for Amy to blow out the candles on her cake. So she stepped up to the front of the room as everyone sang happy birthday. She was so focused on thinking about her wish that she didn't notice a man had arrived at the entrance. But he didn't enter. He just stood there, staring at the goddess in red as she closed her eyes, made a wish, and blew out the candles. As soon as she opened her eyes, they went straight to the entrance, as she thought she had seen some movement coming from that direction. But it seemed it must have just been her overactive imagination, as there was nobody there. She was still obviously eagerly waiting for Tyler to arrive. But he didn't. She saw that he had sent a gift, but that wasn't what she had wanted from him. She didn't want any material things. All she wanted was for him to be with her. But it seemed like, after all these years, what she wanted was still out of reach. He had been so close, yet so far. Right from the start, he had put up huge barriers deflecting her every attempt to reach his heart. She knew that they were just like oil and water, never able to mix. But still, her heart longed for no one but him. It made her feel like an idiot. Why? Why didn't he come? It's my birthday. Do I really not mean anything to him at all? She despaired silently, trying to hide her true feelings under the guise of a bright and happy face. It had always been like this. For many years, Amy had learned to hide the sadness and pain in her heart. especially in front of Tyler. She would always choose to be playful and naughty because she knew Tyler was doing the same. But now, it seemed like she was reaching her limit. She had thought that her heart must have just become used to it, but it seemed like she was wrong. The pain intensified as she started to realize this was hopeless, and maybe it was time for her to give up. The party kept going till late at night, but still, there was no sign of Tyler. As it got closer to midnight, people started to take their leave, and the numbers dwindled until it was only Hailey and Amy left.
you you.